Carrots. Too true, my brother. Too true. How are you, dude? Aye! We're back with more GRANBLUE fantasy story. We have... I'm not sure I should just click that. I'm not sure that's why I wanted to click it all. I definitely didn't want to click that. We have a lot of main story to clear through. I thought we had to do society to be able to push through series, but apparently you don't. So our next priority is just pushing through the story. Oh, on Bestia Island. I guess that equals 67. Hello, Bellico. How are you? What promise? Oh, we probably need to do this. I don't know if we can do this. I have no idea. I think we only just unlocked this. I doubt we can solo this, right? I don't know. Maybe. We try it. We can give it a try. Played the 33 Immortals demo. What is that? Tell me more. Hey! Hello, Kakari! Welcome back. Welcome back home. Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for bringing over some people. What were you up to? I doubt this will be possible solo, right? I'd be surprised. Trying to get Abyss 4 True End on Wiz. How's that going for you? Abyss 4 True End is actually really quite difficult for the average player. Hello, Freya. Hi, Soy Sweet. Hi, Breadstick. How are you guys? Hi, Silka. You're having a wonderful day. We have a day of story ahead of us. The time is night. Do with Iris. I really like the Iris storyline. Yeah, Ariel didn't do anything scary. I did this stream in the middle of the true ending quest. Now you're never gonna know what happened. How will you ever be able to know? I can't believe that Kaikeri would do that to Iris. You gotta eat, enjoy. What are you having? It's like a Dragon Ball Z episode. Yeah, it's fine. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Dude, so much nostalgia over these words. My head is buzzing thinking about next time on Dragon Ball Z. It doesn't get any better than that. Okay. Enjoy your meal. Unk moment. Yeah, it is an unk moment. You're right. This is surprisingly easy so far, but I'm concerned. Obviously, Michael's the last one. Don't butter my biscuit, Michael. Let's just cruise on through. Go on with my lives, yeah? Maybe like that. Okay. I think we're okay. I didn't really know what to expect from this. It's level 200, so I thought it was going to absolutely beat the shit out of me. We got a new Primarch, a new Pro Skip. Been a long time coming. Have you watched Witch Hat Atelier? I have not. Is it just another one of the Atelier games? I never really liked them that much. This is what 33 Immortals feels like. quoting the lead of Medical IGN myself. It's like multiplayer Hades, with a lot less complicated combat, and it relies on teamwork a lot. Coming out tomorrow apparently, so I guess time to spend. It's like multiplayer Hades with a lot less complicated combat. Oh sure, okay. I mean that sounds kind of fun. You need thingies for this. Opinions are not exactly where I'm at. I can't see myself needing to do this. Right, see what comes out. It's just a bunch of anima for the different Primarchs, pretty much. How much are these to buy? Too much. We are very pendant poor. We are extremely pendant poor. Okay, cool. Let's go back home. If you want to watch the trailer, sure. It's an original game. Okay, let me have a look. $240 now, breadstick. Holy moly. Watch out for this guy. Thanks for being here, man. Stuck. Google. Where are you, browser audio? Browser capture. GRANBLUE browser. Browser. I have so many sources. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the money shot. Browser capture.
Life. A special ink and a set of patterns. That's all one needs to use magic.
Cool art style.
Is the one great rule of witches. I give you the
even 7.5 million copies sold. Wait, but
it symbolizes your solemn.
I thought this was just coming out.
Magic for evil. The pointed cap shall watch over you and your magic.
Getting used to it is the key. I need to practice. I can do this.
Have confidence that the strength you've worked so hard for will never betray you.
I won't tolerate those who can't reach my level. I always love it so when people tell me thank you. Good magic starts with good sleep and good food.
When did your little stable of apprentices multiply?
Lip sync is a little.
Don't you think you'd rather learn about a gentler kind of magic? The spells which have not been forbidden.
That's kind of cool.
That bring happiness.
I don't know how this will go, but there's only one way to find out.
This is better than Harry Potter. That's not hard.
This might be the first time my magic has ever made someone happy. There's no rule saying that's the only way. Right, let's go!
Magic drawn during the Age of War, banished on the day of the Pact. Magic for hurting people.
Will have nothing to do with the brimmed caps here.
Master told me.
It's an anime, not a game. I see. It looks cool though.
Spells which have not been forbidden are the ones that bring happiness.
I hope that is so. Truly.
I was gonna say, where's the gameplay? But yeah, if it's an anime, I mean that's cool. I don't watch anything anymore, but if I did, yeah, I'd probably think about watching that. It looks cool. Right. Let's hop to it. The final key. That is how 7.5 million copies were sold. Yeah, that makes sense. God, now I have to remind myself of where on earth we were in the story. I think Io and Catalina just made a pact. But it's been a little while. It's been a hot second. Earlier, giving herself up to being to bring a swift end to the full-scale war. Now she finds herself in prison under the royal palace on Reich Island. Early's sarcasm falls on deaf ears as she steps into her cell.
あなたはそれだけの力を持っているはずだ。あなたの持つ人外の域の魔力については神王陛下からお聞きしていますよ。
She gave herself up for peace, I think. If I remember correctly. Earlier shifts her eyes and retorts.
お主は抵抗されるのが趣味なのか？随分と悪趣味な男よな。
This is chapter 103.
まあ、今日が乗れば、わらわも遊んでやらぬこともないのじゃが。
She hikes up her clothing to reveal some wounds underneath.
ほれ、見ての通り、わらわはすでに少々やり合った後でな。それにの。
Earlier stares daggers at Gilbert as in an attempt to ridicule him.
わらわはこう見えて綺麗好きでな。好き好んでお主のような汚物に触れようとは思わぬのじゃ。
You can tell this guy is a good guy from his facial expression.
汚れているという意味では私はあなたの足元にも及びませんけどね。かの国トリッド王国の崩壊の際には一体どれだけの人を手にかけたのですか？もしも殺した数が数えられる範囲なら高額のためにも教えていただきたいものです。
I remember the story of this was starting to pick up, but we had to cut it short for what, like, when was the last time we played story? Like 6 weeks ago or something. Earlier does not hide or disgust at Gilbert's sneer.
まったく、貴様はつくづく少年の腐った男よな。
Gilbert keeps up his revolting cavalier attitude as Folia takes on a more serious
お主
tone.
はどこまで知っておる？目的は何なのじゃ？
すべてを私は知っています。
ナルグランデ空域の征服、支配か。
今はまだそう捉えていただいて構いません。まず手始めに間違った歴史、罪の象徴としてあなたを処刑させてもらいます。そしてトリッド王国を復活させ、このナルグランデ空域に再び安寧をもたらすのです。
それはあの男、神王が与える箱庭の安寧であろう。
そうですね。それは否定しません。しかし、
Yeah, so we're locked in this conflict with this true king person, who has loads of powerful people under his control.
家畜の生と勇猛な死、そのどちらを選ぶかは各々が決めることです。
前提に欺瞞を置いておきながら、よくも言うものじゃな。選ばされるまでもなく、本来ならばこの空域の者たちは自由、そして神王に、父上に会う機会があれば。
I don't think we've been introduced to him yet.
ナルグランデ空域は
Just kind of know
貴
of
様の
him.
砂場などではない。
随分とナルグランデに肩入れするのですね。あなたはアウライグランデの生まれのはずだ。それを誇りに思わないのですか？
生まれは選べぬ。じゃがな、どこを故郷とするかくらいはわらわは自分で選ぶつもりじゃ。
ではイスタバイオンにお帰りになるつもりはないのですね。
もともと返すつもりもないのじゃろ。それとも何か。ここで父上に取りなしでもしてわらわに恩を売るつもりでもあったのかな。
無駄が嫌いなんです。使えるものは全て使いたい。金も地位も力も命も。
とんだ貧乏症じゃな。
Ollie turns away from Gilbert in disgust before continuing.
恩を売るというのなら一つわらわの質問に答えてくれぬか。
構いませんよ。
このナルグランデ空域には一体何があるのじゃ。常々思っておったのじゃが、神王は異様にこの空域に固執しておろう。間接的な支配では飽き足らず、まるで見せしめのようにトリッド王国を滅ぼさせた。そして今度はお主を使ってこの空域をほとんど直轄地のようにしようとしておる。神王にここまでさせる何かが。この
一つ訂正しますが、私がこういった作戦に参加するのは
ということはお主も。
トリッド王国の解体には私も関わっていました。よろしければ同僚と思っていただいても構わない。
誰が。
そしてあなたの質問に対する答えですが、全ては神王陛下の御心のまま、私たちは陛下の直命にただ従うのみです。
I don't think we know exactly what the True King is trying to do yet.
損したが。つまりは何も知らされておらぬというだけでは。
I'm going to assume something nefarious.
すまぬ。お主のような小物に聞いたのが間違いじゃったな。
あまり調子に乗るなよ。この先お前は処刑されるだけだ。俺は囚人監視の中でお前の首をはねさえすればいい。つまり生きてさえいればどんな状態でも構わないんだよ。
そう怖い顔するでない。事実ゆえに口にしてはならぬことであったな。
An unfettered rage overtakes Gilbert as he raises a fist toward Folia. Gilbert shifts his attention toward the young draft man chained to the wall.
どんな理由があろうと女の子に手を挙げていいことにはなりません。
So true, Hal. So true. His interest in Folia now waned. Gilbert walks over to
お
Hal.
飾りとはいえ、いずれ王位につくお方は下々に対する態度が違いますね。
女の子に手を挙げるべきではないというのは身分を問わず当たり前のことです。
Really just refraining from violence against anyone.
そうで
It's
したか。
pretty
で
pretty
は
common
代わり
thing.
にあなたで遊びたいところですが。担ぎ上げた王が満身創痍では国の威信を疑われてしまいますからね。今日はここまでにしておきましょうか。
Gilbert leaves the two behind in their prison cell. Folia shows a hint of concern as to the identity of the person sharing her cell.
もしやトリッド王国の。
With Gilbert gone, Hal breathes a sigh of relief. Little do they know of the great destiny that lies before them. Hal, a lingering vestige of the Torhood Kingdom, that's how the Golden Knight had him jailed. Yep. So like Golden Knight and Crimson Knight are like pretty major antagonists right now. Scarlet Knight, is it? Crimson Knight? Scarlet Knight? Scarlet Knight. The most unexpected encounter unfolds in the prison cells of Remkingen. Gilbert gone, Hal is able to speak to Folia in a relaxed tone.
そうだ、大丈夫ですか？怪我はありませんか？
そうじゃな。お主が止めてくれたおかげで怪我は。
ボロボロじゃないですか。早く治療しないと。 どうしよう。
She'll be alright.
薬箱とか
No infection in GRANBLUE fantasy, surely.
ここにそんなものないだろうし。
そう慌てるでないぞ。確かに見た目はあまり良くない状態じゃが、これは何も今しがた負った傷ではない。
そうなんです。
そうじゃ。それに牢に入れられるものなど皆多かれ少なかれ痛めつけられ
Ollie pauses briefly to take a closer look at
て
Hal.
いるわけではなさそうじゃな。いや、不幸中の幸いとも言えるじゃろうが。
Ollie continues to observe Hal. Hal, very much relieved, keeps the
そ
conversation
ういえ
going.
ば自己紹介がまだでしたね。僕はハルバーダです。一応トリッド王家の血筋のものです。ただまあ末席も末席ですけどね。
Ollie cocks her head in surprise at the grinning
お
Hal.
主、ただ自己紹介をしただけなのにやけに嬉しそうじゃな。
Just a happy guy.
そうですね。自分の名前や出自を偽らなくていいというのはなんだか妙にくすぐったくて。
かの国の王族はヒーロの騎士を除き皆あの戦乱で命を落としたと聞いていたが、その生き残りとはさぞや辛い生活を送ってきたのであろうな。
いえ、確かに自由は少なかったですけど、おっしゃっている戦乱は僕がまだ赤ん坊の頃のことだから、僕の周りの人たちはみんないい方々ばかりでしたから。それにここに連れてこられた時も。
GBF just update. I don't know. In the dining hall of the royal palace on Reich Island, an uneasy Hal sits in front of a table adorned with various dishes. Others sit around him at a table.
もぐもぐ。
いやー、オーキスちゃんは相変わらず見てて気持ちいい食べっぷりだよね。ほらほら、スツルム殿も肉ばっか食べてないでさ、好き嫌いすると体に良くないよ。
うるさい。食事中くらい静かにできないのか。
いやいや、むしろご飯の時間こそおしゃべりすべきだと思うんだよね。一家団らんの要は食卓からなんて言うし、やっぱりこういう場こそ。スツルム殿、黙らないからって実力行使はないんじゃないかな。
うるさい。
Love Summer Drang.
というかむしろお前、よくこの状況ではしゃげるな。
By the way, what could you pull for on the FMA collab banner? Were there more than 2 free characters? On the Full Metal Alchemist collab banner, there was a character. No, sorry, 2 characters. There were 2 characters. There's Olivier, the water enmity character, and Roy, who was I don't really know what the hell he even did. He didn't seem super popular, but like he was perfectly fine unit, like good unit. Didn't seem to get anywhere near the hype that Olivier did. And then there was a summon as well. What's he called? The other Armstrong sibling. Names completely escape me. It's gone. Seated with Sturm, Drang, Orchid, and the Golden Knight, Hal perceives his current situation to be a quandary. Alfonso, no, that's the Elwyn brother. We're talking about the Armstrong siblings. He's got a really generic name, but his name has escaped me. There were 5. There were actually, there were 4 characters and a summon. Alex, yeah, just Alex. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it's Alex. Thank you. Hal tugs on Drang's shoulder and whispers into his ear. Hello, Alex.
ドランクさんですよね。白風の境でお会いした。 どうしてあなたたちが黄金の騎士と行動を共にしているのですか？
ん？ほら、僕たちこう見えて一応大人だからさ。お仕事とかいろいろ都合があってね。それにナルグランデ空域の件については僕自身興味があったからね。
ナルグランデ空域の。
An expression of confusion clouds his face as another plate of food is placed on the table.
毒などはありません。食べないのですか？いや、
That armor's so fucking stupid, man. Every time I see it. The Golden Knight had discovered how accompanying the captain and company at the Silverwind stretch. Ever since then, Hal had agreed to come with the Golden Knight in exchange for leaving the people there unharmed. And now at Reich Island, Hal cannot help but being puzzled at the treatment he's been
食べ
receiving.
なさい。あなたには健康でいてもらわなければなりません。これから一体僕はどうなるのですか？
The Golden Knight stops pushing plates in Hal's direction and speaks in a grave
あ
tone.
なたには王になってもらいます。まあほとんど飾り物のような王ですが。王に？黄色の座をいただくトリッド王国こそがこのナルグランデ空域の古くよりの支配者でした。支配の正当性、安寧の象徴として新たな王国にはトリッド王家の血を引く者が必要です。そこであなたには新たなトリッド王国の初代国王に就任してもらいます。新たな王国？それをあなたたちが？
I don't really know the Bleach characters very well, so I don't know what they would run. The Golden Knight simply flashed a smile as Hal reels in shock from all that's been
あな
revealed.
たには礼を言いましょう。あの戦乱の中、よくぞ生き延びてくださいました。おかげで、あの信用ならない男に
But I assume it would
こ
follow
れ
the
以上の
similar
権
kind
力
of
を与え
format.
ずに済みます。それを聞けば、新王陛下もさぞやお喜びになることでしょう。ナルグランデ空域は、その新王という方のものになるのですか？この空のすべてはそもそもイスタバイオン王国は新王陛下のものです。歴史をたどればそれは明らかであり、各空域の必要の騎士たちこ
It's
そが
Thousand-Year Blood
何よ
War
りの証
Eisen.
拠です。
Eisen is like the only thing that I know about Bleach. Although the Golden Knight makes it clear where his loyalties lie, Hal furrows his brows in
僕
response.
は
Eisen's
白風
base
の
season
境から連れ出され、初めてたくさんのものを目にしました。青空も緑も花も風も、そのどれもが本で想像していたより素晴らしいものでした。だからこそこの空に正当な支配者などが存在するようには思えません。この空の世界は誰かの手に収まってしまうようなちっぽけなものではないはずです。あなたは新王陛下の統治すら正当なものではないというつもりなのですか？どこまでも広がる青空に自由に巡る風に
He was a villain before,
正当な支
and
配
was
者がいる
captured
とは
by
思い
Soul
ません。
Reapers and used against Quincy. Steve being kind of evil. Okay. Honestly, your corrections have only confused me further. Agitation overtakes the Golden Knight's expression.
あなたは自分の立場が分かっていないようですね。
She signals to a few Estavian soldiers, who then go up behind Hal.
静かな場所で頭を冷やし、もう一度よく考えることです。
ねえねえ、それ僕ついて行ってもいいかな？お城の中は興味あるし、食後の運動に少し歩きたいんだよね。
逃がしたりなどすればすぐにわかりますよ。
それはしない。
Trang would never do that.
逃がすには城からじゃなくて島から出る手はずも必要だしね。
よくわかっているようで何よりです。
Drang is a wholly trustworthy individual. Hal arrives at the prison cell, escorted by Drang and a few soldiers. That's how quietly seats himself. Grang whispers into his ear.
さっきの話、もし今後悔してるなら、こっちで取り出しておこうか。
Startled by Grang's offer, Al gently shakes his head.
いいえ、後悔はありません。あれは僕の本心ですし、それに何より何かを隠して生きるのはもう十分ですから。
そう？君は見た目よりも大人なのかもしれないね。
Grang steps out of the cell and locks the door. Al remains in the poorly lit room, his eyes fixed on the wall as if in deep contemplation. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bellico, I don't have any idea who these people are. Ah, there we go. Yeah, there is a new version. The app will update. How mainline were Edward and Greed in the FMA anime? I don't think that Greed was in the original FMA anime. I think it might, maybe he was in Brotherhood, I don't know, but there was a different Greed in the original Full Metal Alchemist anime, so not at all, but I think it was Brotherhood, and I haven't seen Brotherhood, so I'm not sure. Edward is obviously like the main character. Edward Elric is like the main character. So that would be Ichigo, right? I think back fondly on the time he spent with the crew.
ふむ、そのような経緯があったとはな。
Foley goes quiet, trying to make sense of everything that Hal just described. Yeah, I'm not that far off in Bleach. Hal breaks the silence upon a simple realization. I made it through about 10 episodes. Like 20 years ago.
そうじゃな。確かにまだ名乗っておらなんだか。わらわの名はフォリアという。イデルバ王国のフォリアじゃ。
イデルバ。
You like Bleach, Kaikuri?
確かナルグランデの大きな国ですよね。
Bleach is very nice, but the problem is you take too much of it and you end up dead on the floor.
でも確かレム王国
Enjoy it in moderation.
そういえば、先の件についてちゃんと礼も言えてなかったの。改めて礼を言うぞ、ハルよ。お主は幼い割になかなかに気骨があるようじゃな。お主の心意気。
Bleach seemed fine. I really couldn't get around the music, man. Like, it's the only anime that I've ever tried to watch where the music has ruined it for me. Where I found it unbearable to watch because of the music.
Oh yeah, 女の子は大切にしなさいって周りの大人から
But the actual content of it was probably fine.
それに年の近い子に接するのが珍しくてどうしても見ていられなくて。
Apparently, Ichigo is multi-racial, which kind of ruined it for me. That's not a great look for you, Kaikuri. That's not a great statement. Would you care to clarify that? that has me with a lot of question marks. Oh, okay. Things you should not ever say. Kaikuri front and center here. Apparently Ichigo is multi-racial, which kinda ruined it for me. Fucking hell. Hi Quantum, how's it going? So I guess like Hollow and Quincy and shit are like Bleach races or something.
子供は僕一人だけでした。
Valeria unexpectedly raises a cheerful
わらわ
voice.
を助けたお主の行動は称賛されるべきものじゃ。してあるよ、何かわらわに望むことはないか？今すぐは難しくともその望みは必ず叶えよう。わらわはこう見えて義理がたいからの。
ずいぶん変わったことを言うんですね、フォリアちゃんは。でも気持ちは嬉しいです。どうしようかな。
Hal appears to have reservations about the offer.
少しお話を聞いてもらってもいいですか？
Diverse main character.
構わぬ。幸いなことに今は退屈するほど時間が有り余っておるからの。
Hal pokes up at Folia's response. I think we are firmly out of the like monsters every chapter story, by the way. I think we have reached that point now.
白風の境に閉じ込められて育ちました。僕の中で自然が色づくというのは長らく本の中だけの話で、いつも辺りは真っ白で、そんなある日、僕は貴空士さんたちが遭難しているところに出くわしました。
Oh yeah, I mean it's a horrible cop out.
辺境の隠れ里で
It's a really, really
僕
terrible
の
cop
集
out.
落では旅人すら貴重な存在です。貴空士さんたちを案内することで、僕はたくさんのお話を聞かせてもらいました。貴空士さんたちには悪いけれど、一緒に過ごした時間は僕にとって間違いなく幸せな時間でした。
Hal reminisces fondly on precious memories, yet with a tinge of consternation in his eyes.
しかしその時のほんのわずかな気の緩みが原因で、
I'm gonna be real though, like a lot of shonen animes just have a lot of lazy storytelling. I don't think it's that unrealistic. It's kind of silly if he has like loads and loads of different blood in him that gives him all sorts of different powers, but like shonen storytelling just isn't really that good. You don't watch shonen for its expert, master-crafted storytelling, you know, you watch it for the hype shit.
そうして僕は黄金の騎士のもとに囚われることになりました。僕自身が囚われること自体は自業自得だと思っています。ですが
Hal bites his lip in shame.
僕のいた集落はこれが原因で今も人質のように扱われています。彼ら自身には何の落ち度もないはずなのに、閉じた世界の外を見たい。僕が願ったのはその程度でした。この願いはそれほど、僕一人では対価を背負えぬほど特別なものだったのでしょうか。
Oleg casts her eyes downward upon hearing Hal's profound remorse. Her hand naturally latches onto Hal's.
わらわも昔当たり前の幸せが欲しくてたくさんの人を不幸にしたことがある。そうして生まれた光景はまさに絶望と呼ぶほかないものじゃった。その時わらわも考えたものよ。わらわの願いはそれほどまでに高望みだったのかとな。
Awestruck from hearing of Folia's past, Hal is at a loss for words. Folia makes a sudden grab for Hal's horns. Wait, hold on.
何ですか？
Can't they just go around grabbing people's
なかなかに
horns?
硬いものじゃな。春はこの角を不便に思うたことはあるか？
いや別に。
わらわの頭に角はない。しかし自慢の耳があってな。
いやその
なあ、春よ。普通というのは一体何なのじゃろうな。 誰しも生まれは大きく違う。わらわがエルーンでお主がドラフであるようにな。どれだけ逃げてもどれだけ嫌っても人は己の生まれ宿命からは逃れられん。もちろんそれは思い描いた憧れを捨てろ。
Northern Ireland's going to be a powder keg tonight. Whole capital is locked down with civilian enforced closures of businesses. And a lot. Why? I don't ever follow the news these days, penguins. How come? What's going on?
憧れ幸せを叶えるのとは別にただ己のなすべきこと、そこをたがえれば
I hope you and your family are safe.
向き合えば解決の道もあろう。今のわらわはそう思うようにしておる。
What side story is this? This is his main story. Who's Henry Novak? I only know vaguely of the name. I don't know anything about him. Lily's words of wisdom, despite her appearance, leave House speechless.
少々難しい話だったかな。
もしかしてフォリアちゃんは僕よりも年上なんですか？
どうかの。女子の年は詮索しない方が身のためじゃぞ。
Lily gracefully dodges the question. His expression brightens up ever so slightly. A restless golden knight looks out on the town from the palace. She receives news of the Scarlet Knight's movements. In a secluded room in the royal palace of the Rem Kingdom is Golden Knight Aaliyah, looking down at the town in anxiety. Had a problem with immigrant crime, and they've had enough.
街の様子が気になるのかな。何か時期や報告を待ってたりとか。
Sounds fucked. I hope everything is okay.
要点の守りはアニシダたちに任せてあります。彼女たちの能力に不安はありません。しかし必要以上のことを知ろうとするのはあまり
No problem. Thanks, penguins.
それともそのむやみな好奇心があなたたちの調査能力の源なのか？
That's fucked up, man. There's all sorts of shit like that all over Europe at the moment. Golden Knight turns to Drank, Sturm, and Orchid.
バラゴナの件についてあの調査結果は真実なのですね。
嘘を報告する理由がない。それに仕事は仕事だ。まああの内容に驚かなかったとは言わないけどな。
白風の境で見逃してもらった恩もあるし、こういう仕事を口八丁でごまかそうとは思わないな。
Really, Drank? You sure? Sure, brother? The agents in the Luminary Knight had previously engaged in a clandestine agreement while on Silverwind Stretch, which was for the Golden Knight to allow their escape in exchange for a future favour. Ever since coming to Nalhagrand, sorry, Drang and Sturm followed her orders in looking for the Scarlet Knight's whereabouts.
間違いはないというのか、この内容が。
Rise drooped down to the investigative report in her hands.
これがヒーローの騎士、バラゴナの真実。しかしなぜ、それにあの二人は一体。
Yeah, even though the Golden Knight and the Scarlet Knight are like both under the True King, it would seem they're kind of at odds with each other. I don't think it's been explained why yet. As the Golden Knight listlessly casts her eyes toward the window once more, Orchid speaks up.
ギルベルトが不安。あの人は怖い。嫌な感じがする。隔離用の力だけじゃない。あの人は多分危ない。
The Scarlet Knight is meant to be the most powerful of the knights, isn't he? The older knight offers an affirmative nod.
同じ CO 陛下の配下でありながらバラゴナとギルベルトの行動には不可解な点が多い。あなたたちに調査してもらった内容にしてもそうだ。これだけのことを陛下が知らないはずはない。しかしだとすればどうして見逃されているのか。
This spelling mistake has been made so many times in GRANBLUE Fantasy. Like the whatever translation team they use does not realize that this should not have a G in it, because it's free rain, like giving a slack on rains.
トリッド王国の崩壊には我々が知る以上に裏がある。それがバラゴナやギルベルトの独断による暗躍なのか。
Yeah, I like the Luminary Knight thing. I think it's fun. The Golden Knight's voice fades into muttering as if in disbelief.
信じたくはないが、父上。
Yeah, it's a really common mistake. But generally, I would imagine a translation team should know the difference, should be able to get that right. I would because they're professionals and you're not.
やはり私では姉さんのようには。
失礼いたします。ご報告申し上げたいことが。
Yeah, I can't stand it. I hate it so much. It just makes me cringe every time I see it. You're a pro typer. You're a pro gacha tourist, Quantum. And a pro robot battery changer. That is the Quantum. How are you, Cyril? No, Taurus. Quantum, you're the biggest Taurus. Mate, come on, brother. Come on. Absolutely outrageous. Outrageous statement. This man is the tourism board for gachas. The Golden Knight heads for the front lines. A purposeful stride evident in each bold step she takes. Left behind in the room, Drang and Sturm silently pray for the well-being of the captain and company. Has he done Kanto 9? Has he fuck? Yeah, look at him dodge that question. As he fuck, mate. Golden gloves refreshed. Hot damn. The crew proceeds through Reich Island, taking on Estavian soldiers along the way. Not the biggest Kane fan. Forward is the only way I go. Why do we have an option that makes it sound like a fucking gorilla? Forward is the only way I go. Catalina turns back, a hint of worry in her eyes.
私たちの動向は本人の希望でもあるからな。It all began shortly after the captain and company left the resistance hideout.
ドルザ・レム？なんでレム王国の国王がこんなところに？いや、筋は通るだろう。こいつらは
反乱軍に対するレジスタンスだ。反乱軍と戦うのは本来は正規軍の役目だからな。その代わりを務めているレジスタンスのトップが現国王でもそれほど不思議はねえ。
しかし不幸中の幸いだな。国王が生きているのであれば国の再建も。
お前たちは強いのか？
ヒヒヒ歴戦の貴公子であるオイラたちを舐めてもらっちゃ困るぜ。なんたってオイラたちは青少獣と戦って空図のかけらを集めてこの空域まで来たんだからな。
ほう、そうか。青少獣と。
You name it, we fought it.
まあ共に空域を越えた仲間のほとんどが今は
And you name it, we fought it multiple times because we always let it get away. Whatever it is.
囚われたイデルバ王を助けたいということだったな。
Have I fought this? Not yet, penguins.
イデルバ王が囚われているのは
But there's always
おそ
time.
らく王宮の牢獄だろう。しかし我が居城である王宮はとある青少獣の加護を受けている。
Cool, we could play 33 Immortals together if I didn't have a million miles of GRANBLUE Fantasy Story to play through. Then maybe that would be possible.
我が血族を支えておるのだ。故に正面からの成功法では王宮を攻略
I have
する
so
ほぼ
much
不可能だろうな。
scheduled.
そうか。
We're not going to be free for quite some time.
レムの守りはそんなことになってたのか。となると、まずは全戦力でその青少獣ガネーシャをどうに
To
か
get
する
through
か。
all of GRANBLUE, then we've got all of the single player games. We've got Relink in July, which will probably take some chunk of time, no doubt.
時間もそれほどねえだろうな。攻めるなら
Then I've got all the single player games that I had backlogged. They're all like kind of fairly short. They're just like story games and shit, aren't they? Mostly. And then I want to do a Baldur's Gate trilogy
少数
playthrough.
精鋭で青少獣を攻略する奴らとかつて押して王宮に攻め入る奴らか。
I assume that we will get to Relink before. Sorry, we'll still be playing story up until Relink. I would assume.
ふんふん。
I'm sorry.
ってことは小太りのおっさんは青少獣のとこに行かねえとだよな。
22nd, we have Guild War, which lasts for a week. There's not going to be much outside of Guild War.
じゃあどういう風に分ける？
And that takes us into July. Dozarem very conspicuously clears his throat to gather everyone's
どうし
attention.
たってんだ？何か食べ物でも詰まらせたのか？
違うわ。
2 days till Engi gets killed. I feel there's two possibilities, right? Either we see a Engdu go out in a blaze of glory, or she finally fucking pops off and becomes like a semi-mainstay character rather than a hot mess. But she has been in the story up until now. A crinkle forms in Catalina's brow despite her understanding of the matter.
確かに行動を共にする者は貴殿の護衛を担うことにも。
Yeah, Relink looks like it'll be fun.
レム王国の国王として信用ある自国の者をそばに置きたいのはわかるが。
違う。誰もそのようなことを言うつもりはない。
何？
私はお前たちに青少獣ガネーシャまでの護衛を頼みたいと言っているのだ。
I feel like I want to play Vayne, who I don't think is a good character. But I like the way he looks like he plays. Nisha is sealed in an underground chamber directly below the royal palace. The captain and company head for the cave leading to the chamber.
休憩だ。これ以上は走れん。
ってことだが、どうする？
急ぎたいのは山々なんだけど、俺たちだけじゃどうしようもないしな。
We could use a breather, or let's rest up. I think Edie really wants to watch the Backrooms movie. She loves that shit. They find a quiet alleyway to lie down for a bit. Second, sorry. Apologies. Yeah, I haven't even touched it. I haven't played the game before, so it'll be completely new to me. Relink.
大丈夫なものか。私は戦う者として訓練を受けたことがない。それに日頃の不摂生もあるからな。
Kane, with a grave expression, turns to Dolza Rem, who's finally caught his breath.
ドルザレム兵か。他に方法がなさそうだったからあの場では言わなかったんだが、聖小獣ガネーシャの存在はギルベルトも知っているのか？
当然だ。あの男はこの国の全てを把握している。いっそ私よりもな。
そうか。となるとギルベルトも王宮の守りの要はガネーシャだって知ってるんだよな。それならこういう事態を想定してガネーシャの周りに重点的に兵を割いているんじゃないか。この人数で連中の軍の主力を相手するのはさすがに。
それはない。兵も有限だ。守りを置いていたとしても最小限だろう。
そこまで言い切るからには
二つある。一つは情けないものだがな。
With the preamble out of the way, Dolza Rem
ま
continues.
ず一つ。おそらく今聖小獣ガネーシャは暴走状態にある。今のこの国の異常、王宮での異常はガネーシャに影響を与えるからな。暴走している聖小獣をどうにかできるとは誰も思わんだろうし、近くに兵を置いておいても兵を危険な目に遭わせるだけだろう。
暴走ってなんでそういう大
お前たちは聖小獣の専門家なのだろう。ならば何も問題はある。
We're no stranger to a primal beast stint. Thank you, Brickbread. Very kind of you to follow.
私たちを一緒に行く人に選んだのはそういう理由だったんですね。
Hope you're having a wonderful day.
いや、それは確かに理由の一つだが、
I have absolutely no idea, Bellicor.
まあそれが全てでもない。もう一つの理由だが、
Dolza Rem pauses briefly as if to steady his own resolve.
私はガネーシャとの契約を解除したくないと思っている。
ほう、どういうつもりだ？
ガネーシャが司るものは繁栄だ。私が契約を解除すれば加護を失えば 我が血族の系譜は私の代で途絶えてしまうかもしれん。私はそれがとても恐ろしい。そしてギルベルトは私のこの性格をよく理解している。故に奴は私がガネーシャのもとに向かうなど夢にも思っていないだろうよ。
Dozaram takes on a self-deprecating tone as he explains his reasons.
まあ確かにそれなら根拠としては十分だな。
Oh, can't play with anyone cool. Secret in the base game. Secret is cool. Seeing the king's eyes still get downcast, Reinhardt's tests his resolve. Sandalphon sucks, dude. Fuck Sandalphon. Dozaram breathes a weary sigh before answering in resignation.
こうするしかないことはいかに愚鈍な私でも理解している。このままではデム王国は我が血族
Sandalphon's the Lancelot of angels.
ギルザ兄さんには遠く及ばない。無能で臆病な王だとしても全てが手遅れになってしまう前に優秀の美を飾りたいとは思っているよ。
The well-rested crew continues the trek towards Ganesha. The bold determination in Dozaram's eyes is apparent as he keeps up with their stride. Lick Avatar the fuck out. He licked out Avatar. I believe it. I fully believe it. Lucia and Monica arrive in the Nalhagrand Skydom to carry out an investigation as ordered by Walfred. I need to go back to here and check that I don't have anything to do. Aha, I do. Is this a class unlock quest? Do 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 do. Oh yeah, this is Street King. I don't really need to be doing this right now. After wrapping up a monster extermination request, the crew stops at a nearby town for rest. However, the moment they step foot into the town square, they hear what seems to be the beginning of a fight. Probably going to be unvoiced as well. Oh no. Oh no, yeah, it is. Stopping by the town, the crew runs into two men fighting over the right to become the next king of the streets. The captain saves an elderly woman from their violence, Subasa and Luane. Luane. Tell the two men and help them realize the qualities to make a true leader. Humbled and reminded of their old leader, the two men hand over the coat of the old king to the captain, passing on the torch to someone more fitting of the title. Didn't really need to do that. It's fine. Thought we were going to get locked in some sort of puzzle battle. As ordered by Captain Walfred, Licia and Monica proceed in their investigation into the sins of Nalhagrand Skydom. They've been quietly led aboard Walfred's airship, a vessel capable of traversing across Skydoms. Nah, you don't. It isn't his summon that sets up the Paradise Lost from reading him. He changes the Paradise Lost when you get like some kind of stack or something. I can't remember what it is. You have to do something or other. It's nothing to do with the summon though. Something in his kit. The two have now made their way to Markmal Island, a remote region in Nalhagrand. Yeah, you don't have to use his summon. He's a cool enough looking character. If you completely discount every shred of backstory that he has. Probably one of the strict advantages of not playing the story.
ナルグランデ空域の罪と言われても、空域全体をしらみつぶしに調査するわけにはいかないからな。しかしおそらくは誰か、もしくは何らかの組織、国が関わっているのはまず間違いない。そうなると人の多い島や国を重点的に調べるのが、そういう意味ではこのメルクマール島は失敗でしたね。ここを根城にしていたという盗賊団も解散してしまった後みたいです。
Yeah, EO is in Relink.
最初の島でいきなり重要な手がかりを得られるとは思っていないさ。
Monica shifts emotional gears, focusing back on the mission at hand.
次を探そう。リーシャはどこがいいと思う？そうですね。
Licia produces from her pocket a report detailing recent happenings in Nalagrand.
手がかりを得られそうなのはこのナルグランデ空域の二大勢力。
Yeah, Charlotta's in Relink. Charlotta's like quite a sort of main character.
イデルバ王国かレム王国なんですが、この2国はつい最近戦争状態に突入したようですね。第三機空挺団からの報告書にも、今は迂闊に近づくべきではないと。
Licia is driven to her wits by this resort from the third fleet of the crew of enforcers, responsible for overlooking the Nalagrand skydome.
戦況はどうなのだ？記載はあるか？イデルバ王国側が国王不在の隙にレム王国に攻め込まれ、不利な戦いとなっているようです。報告書は手紙で受け取っていますから、今はもう少し戦況が進んでいるかもしれませんね。国王の不在か。嫌な符号だな。え？
Monica points to a passage in the report.
国王の不在に合わせて国を揺るがす決定的な一大事が起きる。まるでトリッド王国の崩壊の再現だ。じゃあモニカさんはこの両方の件に共通した何かがあると？それはまだわからんさ。単なる偶然の可能性もあるからな。それにそもそも国王が不在だからこそ国を揺るがす一大事に発展しやすい。
I know Charlotta Grand's weapon is pretty good for wind grids.
言われてみると
That's all I really know about Charlotta.
確かにそれもそうですね。ともかくだ、今の私たちはそう簡単には身分を明かせない。何しろワルフリード団長直々に秘密裏に調査してくれとのことだったからな。となると戦争状態のイデルバやレムに私たちだけで忍び込むのは現実的ではないな。あまり
I don't know what EO does in Relink.
クルーガー島やベスティア島を先に調査しますか？そうだな。どうしたものか。
Though Licia and Monica have only just arrived in Nalagrand, their investigation has already hit a snag. Licia flips through the pages of the report on Nalagrand and offers a third suggestion.
モニカさん、それじゃあこのシュテルゲ島に行ってみませんか
？Licia holds the report in front of Monica, pointing to a specific passage.
天罰を受けた呪われた島。今は亡き統一王国トリッド王国が首都を置いていた島でもあります。トリッド王国崩壊に合わせ人々が逃げるようにこの島を離れ、今は廃墟同然になっているそうです。それに
Bam Bellicle, that's a good question. But like, it is something that we should truly think about every single day. I don't think so. Not today. Maybe tomorrow.
まあ確かに またこの
How are you,
手
dude?
受けたらと思うと、とても住む気にはなれないですね。
After perusing the section pointed out by Alicia, Monica speaks her thoughts.
リーシャよ。
She spits her
この依頼に
truth.
ついて実は不思議に思っていることがあったんだ。バルフリート団長は言ったろ、ナルグランデ空域の罪について調査してほしいと。
Lovely.
ナル
Lovely,
グラ
not
ンデ
like.
空域の罪、どこかの国や誰かではなく空域全体を指している。この意味がわかるか、リーシャ。いえ、もしかするとこの依頼はナルグランデがまだ一つだった頃の罪を指しているのかもしれん。ナルグランデが一つだった頃、可能性はある。十分かけるに足る可能性だ。無論星の民による占領時
There
代
is,
も
yeah.
一つのナルグランデだったと言えるだろうがな。
Rising? GRANBLUE Fantasy Rising? Yeah.
星の民の占領時代、そういえばあれ、あの遺跡グレートウォールは星の民の占領時代からあるそうですよ。
Following Lisa's lead, Monica looks up into the
グ
sky.
レートウォールか。あれは何なんだ。浮いている理由は分かりませんが、墓標、つまりは大きなお墓らしいですよ。墓標か。今の私たちの調査にはあまり関係はなさそうだな。ともあれ次はトリッド王国を調べよう。そのシュテルケ島になら何か手がかりがありそうだ。
The duo from the crew of enforcers head to their next destination in search of new clues. The fates of many begin to converge on a single point. Scarlet Knight pays a visit to Hal as he sleeps in his cell. Folia questions the knight, receiving only cryptic remarks in return. The classic. Love a cryptic remark. Confined to a cell underneath the royal palace, Folia and Hal have fallen into a peaceful slumber from fatigue. A visitor's presence melds with the tranquility. Scarlet Knight Baragona is careful not to make too much noise as he checks in on Hal. His expression is full of compassion as he leans
ま
forward.
さかとは思うが、ハルはお主の子供なのか。
The Scarlet Knight shows no hint of surprise at the question.
違いますよ。私には妻もなければ子もいません。しかし、この子は私が何としても守らなければならない存在です。
お主らは共にトリッド王家の血筋という共通点があったな。言うなれば親戚同士のようなものか。
他人の人間関係についてあれこれ詮索するのは王の趣味としては品がありませんよ。
白卓のようなことを言うでない。そもここは入れる場ではなく敵地のど真ん中じゃ。にもかかわらずわらわは入れる場王であるがゆえに投獄されたわけでもない。この状態でどうしてわらわを王と言えようか。
Scarlet Knight gives in to Folia's pressing.
アルバーダは私の罪の象徴のような存在です。加えてある人物の今和の際に私は彼を託されました。彼は私が繋がなければならない命なのです。
His resolve makes for a curious juxtaposition, with a regret in his eyes.
さて、あまりおしゃべりをしていては
彼を起こしてしまいますね。フォリア国王陛下も眠りは浅いようですが、あまりうるさくしてはなりませんよ。
分かっておる。せいぜい春の可愛い寝顔を魚にのんびり過ごすだけじゃ。
Scarlet Knight prepares to walk off, but not before leaving Folio one last thought
こ
to
の
chew on.
状態でどうして王と呼べるのかとあなたは言いましたが、あなたは間違いなく王ですよ。それも進化に好かれる素晴らしい王だ。
どういう意味じゃ。
イデルバ王国軍の者が城下のレジスタンスに混じって戦っているのが目撃されています。おそらくはあなたを助けに来たのでしょう。それが叶うかは分かりませんが、良い進化を持ちましたね。
With that last remark, the Scarlet Knight takes his leave of the dimly lit cell.
まったくあやつらは。
Although she finds herself bemoaning what's come to pass, part of her is rather pleased. The captain and company continue down an underground passage, only to be met with Anacida and Hlak. Under Dolza Rem's guidance, Captain and company continue through the underground passage leading to Ganesha. Along the way, a violent ear-piercing shrill shakes the very air that they breathe.
凄まじいな。これが聖少獣ガネーシャの方向か。
この声すごく苦しそうです。ガネーシャは本当に暴走してるんですね。
What makes things right?
はい。声が聞こえるってことはあと少しってことだよな。
なんでそうなるかな。聞いただろ、あの雄たけび。この先にいるのは正真正銘かけねなしの化け物だ。命が惜しいならこの辺りで引き返した方がいいんじゃない？
そうしてくれた方がこちらとしてもありがたいですね。こんな地下だと色々と後始末が面倒ですから。
お前たちは確か白風の境にいた。
あれ覚えててくれたんだ。こいつは嬉しいね。
そっか、そういやこいつらもイスタバイオンのやつらだったもんな。っていうかこいつらがいるってことはあの必要な騎士が。
The captain and the company brace themselves for the Golden Knight's appearance, but no one else appears to be in the vicinity. Oh, that's who these two are. Yep, they're the Golden Knights, lackeys, goons.
あのお方は我々がここを預かっていますから。
ってことはつまりここにはあんたたち2人だけなのか？
そうですが、何か不満でも？
まさかただ確かめたかっただけだ。
While Kane breathes a sigh of relief, Dolza Rem lets out a chuckle with a tone of self-mockery.
まさか本当にたった2人しか兵を置いていないとはな。それほどまでに私は奴に侮られていたというのか。
The
あれ
stinker.
ほど全幅の信頼を置いた部下にやはり私は王の器などではない。グーザ兄さんには遠く及ばぬ無能なのだ。
レム国王陛下、あなたの発言について。
何？
None are able to contain their surprise at the unexpected remark.
何を考えて？
まず一つ、本当に無能な王は自らを無能とはそしりません。民を思うからこそ己の無力、至らなさを痛感しているのではないのですか？それはその時点で民を思うという。そしてもう一つ、聖少獣の守りがあたしらだけなのはあんたたちを侮ったわけでも守りを薄くしたわけでもない。聖少獣ガネーシャは 状態が不安定ゆえに近くいる者には臨機応変な対応が求められる。それこそ不測の事態にはガネーシャを抑え込むような。それでも上は100を超える兵士ではなく私らにこの場を一任した。つまりあんまり私らを舐めてると言った。
Anacida and Hylac move in perfect unison as they rush toward the crew.
どう転んだって楽には進ませてくれねえみ
They're
たい
gonna
な。
get fucked up.
奥にいるのが化け物ってんなら上等だ。
Go live and finish True End now!
させてもらうぜ。
Give the poor kid a break.
本気見せてもらうよ。
You're grandierful. Oh, good point. Oh, we're just ordering these guys, right?
申し訳ありません。
耐え切ってみせな。さあ、どこからでもかかってくるがよい。逃がす。
俺の敵ではない。
こうなるわけには。
There's nothing about this French. I'm insulted, breadstick. Anacida speaks calmly, but she furtively eyes Hylac. To create some distance from the crew and rush off down the branching tunnel. Wait, we can't like get away. Oh, we have. That isn't how we do things here. You should know that by now, Catalina. Staying on the alert, the crew presses forward through the underground passage toward the agonizing screams. The time for the king to make the most crucial of decisions drawn us near. Crew is on Reich Island, central island of the Rem Kingdom, to retrieve Folia. They proceed through the underground passage to defuse the barrier on the palace where she is held captive. But the situation ramps up quickly. A primal beast bellowing earth-rending screams appears before the crew. Maybe we should talk about the elephant in the room. Oh, it was nothing.
これは一筋縄ではルイよ。ガネーシャと対話はできそうか。
ダメです。ドルザさんの言っていた通り、この子は暴走しているみたいです。
となると、
Hey Nick!
契約の解除どころではないな。まあ、そもそも。この状態では近づくことすら困難だ。まずはおとなしくなってもらうしかないな。
Get him, gang. Oh, it's actually got real HP. He has so much HP. What on earth? AFK in water to max out your swimming. You might need help. I did that. I used to do that on EverQuest. Max out swimming on my characters. I remember leaving some kind of solid object on my auto run key into a wall overnight to max my swimming. But you know, that was at least on a live server, not a beta. Ah. So I'm guessing we're not meant to kill this. That's why it has so much HP. So we're gonna get some kind of like cutscene. So this was something after some amount of turns. Yeah, literally can't address this element. Ah, yeah, there we go. The captain's group is cornered in a difficult fight, causing Doza Rem to flee in panic. Not our brave king. Sir King, please return. You don't say. I can get going. Without their usual allies to assist, the captain and company struggle against Kanisha. No, we can do this. As we said earlier, Catalina, we only go forward. I don't know why we suddenly only go forward, but we only go forward. A morbid fear overtakes Doza Rem, nearly paralysing him.
やがて全てを諦めてしまっていた。だからこそこの報告の一大事に覚悟を固めて奮起したというのに、やはり自分は何をやってもどこまで行ってもダメなのか。
While fending off Ganesha's attacks, the crew considered their next course of action.
そうだな。やや可能性が低いかもしれないが、この島へ立つ時に出した手紙を読んでラカムたちが駆けつけるのが間に合えば。
仲間など信用できるものか。
何？
近しい者ほどむやみに信用を置いてはならん。だから私はお前たちと行くことを選んだのだ。
What do you mean, you people?
仲間が駆けつけることなど期待するだけ。
They'll come. I bet my life on it.
若いな。何を根拠にそのような。
むしろ小太りのおっさん
Hooray,
が
breadstick!
そんなに仲間を信用できねえんだ。信じる理由なんて仲間だからで十分だろ。今まで何度も危ない状況を一緒に切り抜けてきたんです。
Apparently, Wizard is super shit right now. Luck. Dev was playing on it last night and it felt so bad. Apparently, yesterday. So he was saying, or he was looking through it. Maybe he was thinking of playing it. I don't know. One of those two. I don't know what they're up to. Wizard was always my least favourite class in EverQuest by quite a long way. So I don't really know enough about it. All I know is it's meant to top DPS meters on short fights and it's meant to port people around. Wow, really, quad kiting on it is pretty bad as well even. Damn, that's like one of the only things that it can do. Druid and Wizard quad kiting are like... they're like the best quad kiters, right? Well, they should be. Bit of a sad state. Has me a little bit worried because, like, they have a lot of reworks to go. Yeah, Spellblade is meant to be way better. Spellblade is meant to be way more fun. They have a lot more remakes to go, and like some of the remakes, these remakes that they're doing are not really the major ones. Like they are still relatively small reworks of the classes. So I'm a little bit concerned when they get to like some of the larger ones, like Shadow Knight and Shaman. How long it's going to take them to get the classes to be functional. Fortunately, the captain deflects the attack in the nick of time. Dozer Rem pays no heed to Kane. He scampers down the path they came from. Rotundus! Remove the grip? The grip? Do you mean harm touch? I don't know what it's called in this game. It's probably called something else. In is that the nuke? Oh wait, I didn't even realize it had a pull grip. Well, it has like a death grip. Like a pull to you, a pull forward to you. A reverse charge. Unable to chase after Dozer Rem, the crew perseveres in the battle against Ganesha. Cool. That was not an EverQuest thing, so that's an already new thing. Yeah, like a Scorpion pull. Oh wow, Death Knight, Death Grip. Elsewhere, having received word that Ardelva troops have snuck onto the island to rescue Folio, Scarlet Knight and Golden Knight descend from the palace to take command of the soldiers on the front
お
lines.
前たちは3棟から5棟までの区画を回れ。明かりのない住居も見逃すな。追われていると分かっている者は自分たちの存在を隠したがるものだ。1棟2棟区画の担当は必ず全ての住居で住人の確認をしろ。少しでも違和感があったら徹底的に探れ。住人が奴らをかばっている可能性もある。巡回は必ず2人以上で行い、戦闘になった場合片方は戦わず、情報の伝達共有に徹しろ。
The soldiers fan out, each heading toward their designated area.
当たり前だ。あの女の奪還などさせてなるものか。
本当にそれで後悔はないのですね。
The Scarlet Knight shoots the Golden Knight a curious gaze, meaning of which she's no stranger
非
to.
道だと人でなしだと罵りたければ止めはしない。
イデルバ国王フォリー。
Yeah, I'm main storying it.
あなたの姉上は今は処刑の日を待つだけだ。
Hey, you jam man.
もしもイデルバの彼らが彼女を奪還すれば、それは覆るでしょう。
104?
それはさせない。
Or 105?
そう決めた。
あなたは実の姉を見殺しにしようというのですね。
Sting of those harsh words affecting her, the Golden Knight begins talking about her
姉
past.
さんは昔から聡明で基地に富み、幼い私の憧れだった。
2 months.
幽閉されている姉さんに会いに行くことは私にとって何よりの楽しみだったよ。しかし私の身長が姉さんを超えた頃から私は姉さんに恐怖を抱くようになった。そして姉さんの状況を正しく理解してからは嫉妬が芽生えるようになってな。バラゴナ、貴様は親の瞳の色がわかるか？
私の家は話すときは相手の目を見るようきつくしつけられましたから。
私は父上の目を見たことがない。父上が私の目を見て話してくださったことは、姉さんに比べて凡庸な私は父上にとって駒ですらなかった。
She bites her lip in frustration, uttering her next statement with firm resolve.
だから私はこの黄金の座に名乗りを上げたのだ。無論血の滲むような研鑽を重ねた上でな。必ず誰かが受け継ぐものとはいえ、必要の騎士となれば利用価値は十分だろう。これで父上は私を見てくれる。たとえ駒として使い潰すためだとしてもな。
The Golden Knight really fucks me off, man. The Golden Knight's lips contort as if in
希少
self-mockery.
な女だと笑うか？
剣を取り血を浴びる覚悟に貴船はありませんよ。
The Golden Knight grasps her sword tightly, as if to make a vow.
この黄金の鎧を身にまとうと決めた時から、我が身、我が命は陛下のためにある。今さら姉妹として当たり前の幸せなど望むべくもない。
A solemn silence matching her resoluteness fills the air, only to be disturbed by frantic
ご
footsteps.
報告を。イデルバの者たちがドルザ・レムを連れガネーシャの元に現れました。我々では彼らを止めることができず、おそらく現在
地下に現れた一団の中にはあの男の子供と青の少女の姿もありました。おそらくイデルバ側と結託しているものと思われます。
ご苦労。相手が相手ですね。すぐに向かいます。
The Golden Knight and Scarlet Knight rush into the underground passage where Ganesha lies.
どうやらこれが最後の駒が誰になるか、それを占う一戦になりそうですね。
Though each side fights for what they believe in, battle revolving around Ganesha can only culminate in a single outcome. Things look dire for the crew as their battle strength is gradually sapped. battle persists between Ganesha and the crew. Due to the lack of manpower, the damage and fatigue begin to pile on for the captain and company.
この状況は何か打開策を打たなければ。
一度撤退して状況を立て直すか。
Bad idea. Wow, damn harsh. Shut down.
そうしたらガネーシャと戦うどころかこの地下道にすら入れなくなるかもしれない。
そんなことになったら。
そうだ。王宮に囚われている陛下の奪還はますます。しかし
避けろ団長。
Jajo! Ganesha's massive arm catches the captain unprepared. Not having the time to get into a defensive position, the captain suffers the brunt. The captain prepares to suffer the brunt of the attack. Lad? Welcome! Notice we didn't announce like EO. Oh, EO! Thank goodness. The letter didn't exactly specify where on the island you'd be. You still found us anyway, didn't you?
まあ、こうして駆けつけられたのはこいつのおかげってとこだな。
Organ points to a small round shadow that approaches with heavy breath. Thank goodness for you. Thunders is so disrespectful. Fucking hell, man. He's a king.
逃げるものか。私はあの場にいても足手まといだった。だからできることをしただけだ。
この人が地下道の入り口で私たちのことを大声で呼んでくれてたの。あの声が聞こえなかったら地下への入り口なんて見逃しちゃったと思う。
He's already more useful than you, then he.
入り口からこっちしんどそうにしてたんだけどよ。
Well, this sad, sad image and see why I weep. I genuinely have no idea what I'm looking at. Jamman.
あいつらのために早く行ってくれなんて言いやがってな。なかなか大した男だぜ。
Finally, catching his breath, Dozarem looks straight into Juju's eyes, the captain's eyes. I don't know anything about the dark weapons at all.
自分の無能を嫌というほど思い知り、自分を信じることから逃げていたのだ。だが、自分にも相手にも正面から向き合わなければ。
That's a problem for future me.
互いを信頼するなど、夢のまた夢だ。そういうことなのだろう。
Captain. Oh dear. The captain responds with an affirmative nod.
さあ、ここからは俺たちに任せてもらうぜ。
辺境でのんびり療養してたわけじゃねっての。しっかり見せてやんねえとな。
もう安心していいからね。私たちが来たからにはもう大丈夫。
それじゃあじっくりと見てちょうだい。私たちが得た新たな力を。
Great fib. You're a great no audio, Awkward Pie. Shows what you know, Nick. You twat. You're welcome, Awkward Pie. Awkward Pie's great with lips. You name it, Awkward Pie's done it with lips.
こと終わらせちまおうぜ。準備は常に入念にってな。こういうのは俺の出番だな。
Why are the three of these guys fighting them by themselves? I don't really understand. Like, why are we not helping?
これくらいは耐えてみろよな。よそ見してたら風穴開くぜ。
二人で掴んだ教えの採用の力を。
インビテーションガスト。
玉の嵐に飲まれちまいな。
Well, they have all of the primal beasts now. The Tetra Primals.
こいつが母なる海の怒りだ。ディードラケンカノーネ。こいつは効くわ。お前動きが悪いな。
I'm just gonna pause. I heal, but you know.
やってくれるじゃねえか。
無理しちゃダメなんだから。もう何へばってるの。
Big healing, 1200.
おいてこいつでおねんねしときな。くらい。
おい一丁上がりだ。
腕を磨いて出直してきな。
Great job, Rackham and Eugen. After subduing the primal beast, the final phase of rescuing Folia is underway. However, more powerful foes stand in their way. You're getting a lot of use out of Kaikuri's Shiva. 30 summons! Holy moly! The allies, having mastered the innermost teachings, quickly subdue Ganesha. Ganesha at last accepts Lyria's power and settles down.
さあ、陛下。
Dozarem is a nervous wreck as he reaches out to Ganesha to dissolve their contract.
聖少獣ガネーシャよ。契約を担う血族の統治として命じる。これまでの契約を破棄し、レム王家への加護、ひいては王宮への加護を解除するのだ。
What do you think of them changing Bis to two-handed weapon wielder and fist user? I think it's fine. Like, so in original EQ, Beast Lords were like half monk, half shaman. So they were always. So my experience with them was always that. It was like one-handed piercers and fist weapons and two-handed weapons basically. So if anything, they're going back to their roots a little bit on that. I think that's the least impactful of the changes they're doing to Beastmaster. Like, Beastmaster, I think, is going to be completely fucking different. I don't know what kind of state that class will end up in, to be honest. Because it seems they want to rip it away from Shaman, like they are doing with all the hybrids. But, like, Beastmaster is a shaman, like it's a shaman light basically, so that's their whole kit. Like their whole kit is their spells, other than their pet. So that class is going to be like a pretty much complete redesign. It's going to change entirely. It's like Beastmaster is basically a caster class. It's a caster class that melees. It's like a true hybrid. So by taking away all their spells or reworking them or whatever the hell they're doing to them, the class is going to be entirely different in how it plays, probably. I don't know, not sure. The weapon thing doesn't really matter that much. With a slight nod, Ganesha vanishes in a brilliant flash of light. Making them a two-handed weapon specialist as well kind of helps with spell weaving, but like if you don't have spells anymore, then just makes it. I mean, like two-handed weapons are just kind of worse than dual wielding, so they'll probably end up just using fists all the time, like fist weapons or whatever. Taking in the sight, Dozarem mumbles to himself. Concerned about that, Orisoda? I don't mind. I don't really mind, man. Like, just wait and see what it's like. Because it's so uncertain, it's just you can only really wait and see what they do. Yeah, it felt a bit weird playing Beastmaster on this beta playtest because I knew that probably the next time that I played it would be entirely different. Like there wasn't really that much point in playing it, but then there wasn't that much point in playing anything because there were no changes in on any of the classes. It's what made the last beta a bit strange. Smiles seep out from the faces of the others. With the palace's barrier released, a feeling of tranquility begins to fill the air. Because they're getting rid of the swarm pets as well, which was like the only mechanic they'd already introduced. I'm fine with any of it. I don't know. I don't really mind. I don't mind playing something different. I don't mind playing the same thing. It's whatever. I'm sure they'll keep the essence of the class the same.
I
did quite a lot of testing with the swarm pets. There aren't a lot of situations where you want to use swarm pets. They're not really that great. They're just weak, and they're not mana efficient at all. They're not mana efficient, and they're not like their DPS is a bit weird. You have to get. The worst part about it is to get optimal DPS out of a Beastmaster, you have to individually pet buff the swarm summons you do, which is one of the most frustrating things you could possibly have to do. You apply an hour-long buff on a summon that lasts 2 minutes. So it's so shit. Like every time you summon it. But I didn't mind swarm pets. Like swarm pets are okay. If you take that away, they're alright. Yeah, you can't dismiss them. They mess with your pet as well. So like if for instance you have swarm pets up, you have your pet up and then you summon swarm pets and then you dismiss your pet and resummon it to reposition your pet or whatever, which is one of the best things that Beastmasters can do, one of the best changes from Beastlord. Then suddenly, when you press F1 or whatever your self-target hotkey is to switch to your pet to heal it, for instance, you will now swap to your swarm pet. So that's not great. A tentacle protrudes from the darkness, piercing Dozarem through the stomach, or fading back into the shadows. Yeah, a lot of the classes in Monster Memories are quite complicated. Catalina stops Vern while the others can do little more than watch in shock. Slow, steady footsteps come forward from the pitch black surroundings.
あなたはただおとなしくしているということすらできないんですか?
I'm very, very concerned about the amount of time that they have for the work that they have ahead of them class-wise, because they seem to really think that they want to have all the classes changed. Maybe not perfected, but changed by the time they go live, and they plan to go live in October. they have already hit a number of snags on the small reworks that they've done, and they have a lot more to do and a lot bigger ones to do. Like the Beastmaster remake's pretty big. The Shaman one looks huge because they're basically trying to pull Shaman away from Druid, because Shaman and Druid have an immense amount of overlap on their spells. They always have done. And it's just the case that like Druid is better for soloing and Druid can port, but like Shaman is infinitely better in groups because like they have proper debuffs, they have slow, they can regen their own mana, like they can life tap themselves like crazy. So like I don't know how, if they're no longer going to share that many spells, like it's going to be brutal, like they're going to have to remake an entire spell list for them. The whole SK thing, yeah, I don't know. That seems unbelievably complicated. It's like they've just made so much work for themselves, and I'm not sure it's necessary to do so. Like, there are surely... I know they wanted to make Shadow Knights, like, Witch Hunter-esque, or Witcher-esque, right? Like, kind of like Demon Hunter, Beast Hunter-esque. But like, I'm sure there must have been an easier way to do it than making them into blue mages. I don't mind that, by the way. I like that. I think that would be really cool. It just sounds like an awful lot of work for them. Like an absolutely immense amount of work for them. So the Shaman rework is huge. The Shadow Knight rework is huge. The Paladin rework honestly looks pretty fucking huge as well, because they're pulling them away from clerics. The Ranger rework looks huge because they're pulling them away from druids. So all four of the actual pure hybrids are like big proper reworks, and then Shaman, they're basically having to redesign the entire class because they don't want them to share loads of shit with druids, and obviously druids are the most popular class in the game because they're also the easiest to play class in the game by like a million miles. So I don't know, it just seems like a hell of a lot of work for them. They don't have to make them like balanced, because balance isn't that important in EQ. It doesn't really matter that much, or in Monster Memories. But like, they do have to make them fun, and from what we've seen from Wizard, like Wizard is not fun right now, and that isn't one of the major things that they're changing either. They've just changed a couple of the mechanics very slightly, and they've made them extremely unfun. So yeah, kind of concerned.
Ma, 死に損ないはもういいです。とどめは刺しませんよ。せいぜいそこで苦しんでてください。
Leaving Dolzarem to his death throes, Gilbert saunters toward the crew. Yeah, they removed... it's weird. It's just really weird. It's some weird choices. I understand that they want to make Druid and Wizard teleports different, but... They have different teams that are working on different projects. I'm not worried about that they're putting their resources into the wrong places or anything, because they have teams that are working on each of the different spaces. So like, they have a team that's working on trade skills, they have a team that's working on combat, they have a team that's working on design, they have a team that's working on the reworks. It's just that I feel like they might have bitten off more than they can chew in some of those aspects for their time frame, for their projected time frame. And I think people are going to be really upset if they delay again. I think that's going to really fuck a lot of people off. Because they haven't really delayed before, but they kind of have. Like, people floated dates. Like, some of the staff, ex-staff in some cases, like, floated dates. And that caused a lot of damage to their credibility, because even though they never really officially announced them, they were very unofficially announced. It's rough if they do another delay. It's going to be really rough on the player base. Like, there's a lot of negativity as it is about the perceived delays. They really didn't want to do that, Kaikuri. That would be very anti the game. That is very far from what they want to be doing. It's super important they have all of the classes available, because that's a big part of what makes that style of game special, how different each class is. Each class has very much has its own play style, and denying some people from being able to play the play style that they want to play is kind of a death sentence in a game where you're meant to be able to have this vast, broad array of play styles. So that is the one thing that they really could not do, and that's also why it's so important for them to get the changes in before they put it into early access. It's very tough pleasing everyone. Welcome to game development. Like they've done a good job with development by and large. It's just as of recent, as things are heating up, I guess, as they're nearing release, I don't have quite as much faith as I used to. It seems they've made a few dodgy decisions and there's been some disruption in their development, like some dissonance in their development. Hopefully it'll all be alright. 2 of the 7 Luminary Knights stand behind him. What have you done?
それについては謹んでお詫びいたします。それでホリアお嬢様の奪還に来たんですよね。王宮の家具を解いたくらいで本当に解い返す。
Like another huge problem is that the closed beta has been running for so long. Like the beta has been running for so long. They obviously intended for the beta to be done by now, right? Like the game should have launched like a week ago, and it's going to run for another 4 months. And like the people who are interested in the game, like a lot of them are actually going to burn themselves out on the game playing the closed beta because they are playing obsessively on an unfinished product, and they're going to find themselves like going into live being like, man, I've already done everything in the game. And those are the people who are most obsessed with the game. So like if they delay again, it's going to be an absolute mess. They're going to lose a huge amount of their player base to just you know, just fatigue, really. Like a lot of those people have already been playing the closed beta all this time. It's difficult. Not only that, but they also have to start paying their staff. Some of their staff, you know, not all of their staff are like just volunteers. Like a lot of them are actually employed. They're just not paid right now, and they're waiting on getting money. They agreed to you know, not be paid until the game launched, but I'm sure that some of the people there who are employed by Niche Worlds Cult need to get paid at some point. I know the higher ups don't necessarily. They've already kind of made their fortune, but the 2 knights step forward in response to Gilbert's gesture.
こんな下道に使えるとは騎士として恥ずかしくないのか。
私にとっては今は騎士の矜持よりも優先すべきことがある。そのためならばどんな下道にも貸し付きま。
私が主と認めるのは神王陛下ただ一人だ。しかし今はその陛下が奴に
I hate the Golden Knight, man. Her motivation is so shit.
それだけだ。
お前分かってはいたけど人望ないな。
そのようで
The
す。
Scarlet Knight isn't much better from what I've seen either. I'm hoping there's going to be some big reveals for both of them.
今あの女を手放すわけにはいかないというのは満場一致の見解です。あなたたちの悪あがきもここで終わりにしてもらいますよ。
Scarlet Knight and Golden Knight raise their swords for battle. Yeah.
そのために俺たちは教えの採用へ至ったんだ。前に奴らに負けた時に不甲斐ない思いをしたのは俺だけじゃねえ。なあ、そうだろう、ティア。ここで奴らをぶちのめせなきゃ修行が終わりとは言えねえだろう。
Whoop-de-deep.
俺たちはもう負けねえし負けられねえんだ。もう引かねえ。
A can of whoop-de-deep.
大事なやつに約束しちまったからな。
たとえ相手が必要の騎士でももう戦うことに恐れはないわ。
だってもう一人じゃないもんね。みんながいれば絶対に負けないんだから。
Scarlet Knight appears impressed with Crew's newfound powers.
本当に強くなったのですね。
まだレム国王には息がある。手当てを急げば最悪の事態は免れるはずだ。
やりましょう。今の私たちなら絶対に大丈夫です。
Come on then, Lyria. Let's do it to it. These chumps. But yeah, we can just order them.
貴様の剣は届かない。
己の無力を知りなさい。
逃がす逃がす逃がす。ありえるのか、こんなことが。
そこです。
逃がす逃がす逃がす。
俺の敵ではない。
短期間でよくぞここまで。
自由か。
Give me those crystals. Captain and company turn out to be a force enough to overwhelm the two luminary knights.
そろそろ観念した方がいいんじゃねえのか。
そうですね。この場は我々の乾杯です。しかし我々にはまだやる
Luminary chumps.
そうですね。
The Golden Knight responds with a knowing nod.
ここは失礼させてもらいます。再戦の機会。
ちょっと。
Scarlet Knight's strike leaves the area nearly in ruin while sweeping up a massive cloud of dust.
目くらましか。七王の騎士様だったのに、こすい手を使うじゃねえか、おい。
By the time the dust subsides, Gilbert and the knights are nowhere to be seen.
逃げられたか。何にせよ、彼らとはいずれまた戦うことになりそうだな。
Captain concurs with the assessment. Poor King.
とにかく今は治療が優先よね。応急手当てをしてすぐにここを出ましょう。
Captain and company return to the entrance of the underground passage with a critically wounded Dolza Rem in their care. Meanwhile, Gilbert has already retreated back to the royal palace.
バカな七王の騎士だぞ。それをあいつらは。
The villains in this game are so shit, man.
ありえないありえないありえない。まさかここまで全てが都合よく進むとは。もはやナルグランで空域になって。
Yeah.
空でとどまるものか。隣り合う。
You're just another pointless disposable villain, Gilbert. Let's just move on.
映画の国々も極東の空も北と南の果てすらも全て全部この空の全てをこの俺が手に入れる。もはやあんな老いぼれに神戸を垂れる必要もない。この俺こそが全空の支配者とな
No,
る
you
のだ。
won't, Gilbert. Gilbert's sinister cackle reverberates throughout the empty palace. He is absolutely cinema, yep, true. Gilbert looks up, his gaze landing on the symbolic relic that towers over Nalagran Skydom. "106." Under order of Captain Wilfred, Licia and Monica are continuing their investigation of Nalhagran Skydom's sins. Their search has led them to Stark Island, once the capital of the now fallen Torhid Kingdom. Monica frowns as she stares at the ruins of the once proud civilization.
噂に聞く天罰とやらがまさかこれほどのものとはな。こんな大規模な破壊の後は私も今まで見たことがない。天罰とは一体何なのだ。やはり青少獣の仕業なのか。資料によるとこの天罰はおよそ5年ほど前の出来事みたいです。
Licia slowly flips through the papers, summarizing their contents as she goes.
5年前、当時はここにトリッド王国の首都が置かれていました。トリッド王国は破空戦争以降、ナルグランデ空域を束ねていたようですが、長く続く治世に政府は腐敗し、民衆には多くの不満が溜まっていたようです。特に近年、およそ10年ほど前からは管理の横暴がひどく、革命の声も上がっていたとか。
Hello, Kurt! Kurt the what? She flicks past a couple of pages and continues. We were just talking about, not that long ago, we were talking about the state of Monsters and Memories, Kurt. Is it dead or alive? No, that's a fighting game, mate. It's called Monsters and Memories. Nice! I'm just concerned about how much time they have given themselves for these reworks. Considering Wizard is one of the more simple reworks and they seem to have fucked it up a lot.
そして王族もそのほとんどが姿を消したため小国家が多数乱立。それらはやがてイデルバ王国、レム王国に統合され現在に至るそうです。
I certainly hope so, Kurt, but it sounded like it was a functionality issue as well. The most major reworks are the hybrids and Shaman. Shaman's getting pulled away from Druid because they don't want Shaman to be a strictly better Druid in groups, presumably. With like a massive amount of spell overlap. And then all 4 of the hybrids are getting massively reworked. And all of those are like seriously major reworks, especially Shadow Knight, which is like an insanely massive rework. But all of them are pretty massive reworks. Like they have to fundamentally build the class from the ground up again. Well, they don't need to balance them too much. That's the big bonus, right? Like, you don't have to balance shit in Monster Memories. It just doesn't matter that much. The only problem is if one class does something better than another class to a point where that class doesn't get to exist. Like, might as well not exist. As things stand in Monster Memories, the only class that's true for, well, maybe not anymore, but the only class that was true for was Spellblade. All of the other classes had their own niche, their own space. It sounds like Wizard is really fucked. But hopefully they'll be able to change that. The classes don't have to be perfectly balanced. It doesn't really matter. There's always going to be classes that excel at different things. That was the beauty of EverQuest design. Like, every class had its place, and every class had situations where that it was good and situations that it was bad. Some classes were more solo focused, some classes were more group focused. Yeah, and then they're changing every class in some way. Yeah, indeed. Like, that's just the class. I'm not too worried about that aspect, Kurt, because I do think they have a team. It sounds like they have a team that is working just on the class reworks, and they are not involved in any other part of the design. Like, they actually have like a balancing team. But at some point, those balance changes do need to go to coding, and presumably, like the people who are coding that stuff into the game, maybe it's not that complex, maybe it doesn't take that much time, but presumably the team that are coding that into the game are also responsible for coding other things as well. I don't know. I don't know. They've got a team of about 49 people? Is that right? 49 people? I'm not sure how many of those are coders. Yeah, indeed. It depends how much you're changing. So, Shaman looks like they want it to be completely different, and Shadow Knight, they want this whole like blue mage mechanic thing going on. So that's going to require like an entire system to it, right? That's going to require a lot of work. Yeah, changing a number is fine. Changing a number is perfectly fine. Rebalancing numbers is not a problem at all. Because you gotta make animations, or you gotta at least sync animations for anything that you add new. Like for instance, they're adding loads of kicks to the monks, apparently, that do different things. And even something like that, you've got to sync animations to each of those things, unless you're gonna make them all just look like a kick. I don't know. It just seems like an awful lot of work. Because those changes then have to be taken to beta, and they have to be tested to make sure that they're completely working. And then they have to be changed. It's not like you implement your changes and then like the class is done and you're good to go. It's like you implement the changes and then they have to be tested so that to make sure that everything works and everything is at least functional. You're going to at least need 2 passes at whatever you do. Yeah, you gotta have animations for everything, don't you? I don't know. Maybe it'll be alright. Listening to Alicia recount the rise and fall of the Tallhead Empire, Monica sighs in deep consideration. There isn't really much else to do other than hope, is there?
解明は進んでいないみたいですね。
They better be enjoying their work, because they're sure as hell not getting paid for it.
天罰以降、ナルグランデは戦乱続きでしたし、正体を明かして自衛したくとも、この島を離れることが精一杯だったのかもしれません。
Licia and Monica look out at the desolated landscape.
一撃で島や国を揺るがすほどの威力。 こんなことができるのはかなり限られているとは思いますが、エルステにもかつて一撃で島を沈められると豪語した兵器があったが、あれは結局かなり話を持っていたからな。実際にここまでの破壊を行えるとなると可能性があるのは。
The possibility tumbles through Monica's mind, but she finds herself unhappy with this explanation.
聖少獣か。 このナルグランデに天罰を起こせそうな聖少獣の伝説はあるか？資料の中にはそういった話は見当たりませんね。というか、
I do truly believe that another delay will be devastating to the game.
関わりが薄いみたいです。そうか。
Monica begins to ponder out loud, her thoughts fragmented by worry. Yeah, enjoyment. I love feeding my family on enjoyment. She gives Alicia a grave look.
あのグレートウォールは本当にただの墓標なのか？そうですね。
Like, I sympathize with them because the release dates are like they haven't really been official release dates, but they've been touted, right? They've been touted by various members of staff. some of which are no longer really with them. It's kind of tough. Like, they haven't really had a proper delay yet. It's just like, because they shouldn't have really announced any kind of date, but they kind of did. They kind of sort of did. But the major problem is just like, the major problems are the fact that their staff aren't getting paid. They need to be paid. Like, that's really important. But also, they are just stuck with this closed beta test that's just ongoing. Talking about this a little bit earlier. Like, a lot of the people who are very, 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 very excited for the game, they're going to burn themselves out on playing the beta. They're going to have done everything. And when it comes to launch, they're going to be looking at it like, oh shit, do I really want to do all this again? Like, there's a lot of people who have everything already in the closed beta. Who've seen everything and done everything. And they have at least another 4 months of, well, not really doing anything. Alicia flips to another page of the report and summarizes its contents.
具体的な証拠があって墓標とされているわけではないみたいですが、他に用途が考えられないのと、口伝ですが、あそこに誰それが葬られたという伝説も残っているみたいです。本当にそれだけなのか。あのグレートウォールには何か嫌なものを感じるんだが。
Yep, I really hated that. That concerned me a lot, Kurt. That really put a foul taste in my mouth when that happened. When I saw that, I was like, what? Why? Why are you opening? Like, the whole point is for proper testing. Why the, like, mind blowing. Like, people seem to have forgotten that the beta servers are there to be tested. Like, they shouldn't be reopening the closed beta because closed beta players are whining that they can't access their closed beta stuff. Like, that's the point of the open beta, is to get everyone, like, to push the servers, to get everyone playing together. That's the whole fucking point. Yeah, really, really terrible, like, horrible pandering, and that, more, like, possibly more importantly, that kind of response is only going to give those people the idea that they're going to get whatever they want when they whine about it in the future. Really, really terrible decision. Yeah, because, like, they split the player base. All the closed beta players were just whining in out of character. It's like, oh, I want to play my closed beta character. I can't wait a week to go back and play my character that's going to get deleted in 4 months. Like, fucking cry me a river. It's for testing. It's fucking testing. They're trying to test the servers. They're trying to also give people a taste of an experience. And, like, the servers are relatively deserted because people have gone back to play the closed beta because they want to play with their kitted out fucking temporary characters. It's so stupid, man. Social aspect, yeah, absolutely. Like, there are two purposes for the open beta, right? One is to test the game. Two is to give people a taste of the game. And a huge portion of what makes Monsters and Memories is the social aspect of the game. So if there are less people playing, that social aspect is diminished and people don't really get a proper cross-section of the game. So yeah, just really, really odd decision. I guess they just didn't want to upset people, but, like, you're gonna have to upset people at some point. They lasted 1 day. 1 day before they open up the closed beta servers again. And a huge amount of the population siphoned off. I don't, like, absolutely insane. Like, what the hell is wrong? Like, what the hell is wrong with the people who... I couldn't believe... I was shocked, man. I was really shocked by how many people I saw in Nighthammer spamming, like, I miss my closed beta character. Fucking wow. Insane. It is, like, do these people not understand that the game is not out? Like, it's a beta server. Yeah, how, like, what's gonna happen when it gets to release and they realize that the thousands of hours they've been sinking into their beta character is now meaningless because their character's gone. Surely, is it not enough that they have that that like advantage that they know where everything is and they've done everything in that respect? I don't get it. I really don't fucking get it. Yeah, like maybe they just don't plan to play the release, in which case that's even more important to not pander to those people's whims. Just annoying as shit. Like, are they just playing the game now and they're not actually going to play on release? Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case for a lot of people. Lisa gives a terse nod. Monica grimaces. Yeah, indeed, Bellico. I think that's already, as we were saying before, I think that's already kind of the concern. And I think the longer that goes on, the more of a concern that actually is. Like, a lot of the people who play the close beta actually aren't going to play the live version. Maybe that's not really that much of an issue. I don't know. It depends how many new players they bring in with the release. When the pair turn around, they see sinister figures herding together. Beings take notice of Monica and Licia and bare their fangs at them. Undaunted and eager to make progress on their investigation, the enforcers draw their weapons for a clash with the abominable creatures. They are actually insane value for money, it's true. So much free entertainment. Frustrated by bickering politicians eager to assume the throne of Idelva, Leona finds herself sulking outside the palace walls. While the captain and the others are fighting the Illuminary Knights in Rem, Idelva finds itself in a political bind. Unproductive disputes plague the current leadership of the kingdom. No, you're not. You're unnamed. You can't be called Idelva General 1 and be in line for the throne, mate. No, you neither, my friend. See, she's got a name. With no strong figurehead to lead it, Idelva begins to crumble into a chaotic state. Discussions to instate a new sovereign all but grind to a halt. They are actually unnamed chumps. Look at this Chad. General 1 becoming King 1, yeah, maybe. Oh, here's a new challenger enters the ring. Idelva General 3. Nani? Yeah, see.
何せ国民を騙していた罪人フォリアを打倒したのはつきましてはレオナ様、私には宰相の座をいただきたく。
Kurt, hello. What have you done with Kurt? The Adelma General turns around to address her, but her eyebrows shoot up when he finds only empty space. 6-7?
あの女、どこに行った？
Generals look at each other, dumbfounded, wondering how they could have missed her. What? I believe it. Leona stands stock still on the edge of the island, balancing on the shaky footing and staring out at the skies beyond.
ねえ、アベル。あの戦乱にはね、裏で糸を引いている人がいたんだ。その一人と私は戦ったよ。アベルは会ったことがないよね。小さくて可愛いエルーンの女の子だよ。わがままでいたずら好きで、いつも周りを振り回してて、でも国と民のことを一番に考えてて、きっと最高の王様だった。
The weight of Leona's anguish bears down on her, and her view falls to the bottom of the sky.
そんな人と私は戦った。戦って彼女は連れて行かれた。
As if crying out for answers, Leona calls out to the sky.
アベル、私は復讐したよ。あなたを奪った原因の一人に。なのにどうしてなのかな。私には達成感も安堵感も幸せも。あの戦乱の裏にいたのはフォリア様だけじゃない。復讐すべき相手はまだいると思う。だからなのかな。復讐を続けて戦って。
帰ってきませんよ。
Leona turns around, finding a large white primal beast behind her.
失われたものは戻りません。
Hey, Ariel!
その断りは空も星も変わらない。あなたはそれを知っていてなお我が王に復讐を果たした。だからこそレオナ様には知っていただかなければならない真実があります。
真実？
このナルグランデ空域の本当の姿、天罰の正体について。
Leona listens intently as Baizé begins to divulge what he knows.
それは本当なんですか？
これこそがこのナルグランデ空域に起きた悲劇の元凶です。このことは我が王すら知りません。私も知らせようとは思いませんでした。あれは人が触れてはならぬもの。時とともに忘れ去られるのならばそれが一番良いと考えたからです。
でもどうしてそれを私に、そんなこと知らされたって。
予感がするんです。
Baizé looks up at the massive grave marker in the sky.
ギルベルトは斧が野望のために閣僚の力にまで手を伸ばしました。目的のためではない。あの者は上を満たすかのように力を求め続けている。なればこそあの者は遅かれ早かれ最悪の災い、そしてあの者が天罰を求めるならば。
Primal Beast continues, his expression growing increasingly stern.
私は我が王を助けたい。しかしそれは私だけではかなわない。レム王国に向かった者たち、彼らは強いがギルベルトの力もまた
ギルベルト。
そこが知れません。だから私は
A lot into Final Fantasy XIV. Bad news is that I've spent far too much time playing Final Fantasy XIV in your life, and maybe shouldn't have reminded yourself. When I logged back into Final Fantasy XIV, I remembered instantly why I quit the game 5 years ago. Like, I definitely had my fun with Final Fantasy 14, but I can't really see myself playing it a huge amount more. I'd play some raids with people probably just for fun, but yeah, like I am very, very much done with that game.
私にレオナ様はお強い。我が王との対決で私はそれを目の当たりにしました。そして我が王を助けていただけるのなら、そのためにさらなる力を提供する用意が私にはあります。
90 plus on all but 3 jobs. Quit near Dawn Trail release. Yeah, sure. I only had 390s. 390s and all the trade skills.
ここで私の手を取れば、あなたは二度と当たり前の幸せを手にすることはできなくなるでしょう。私は全てを明かしました。選ぶのはあなたです。
随分と残酷なことを聞くんですね。
私はこの空を憂うものである。我が王の進化ではありますが。
そうですよね。でも正直にそう言ってもらえて。
Emotions well within Leona. She speaks from her heart as she reflects on how she found herself here.
私はただ
You're probably wondering how I got here.
多く大切な人と暮らし、家族を作り、大きな幸せはなくとも、ただ毎日を過ごしていく。
71 days of playtime. Mate, my WoW account has like 400 days played, I think.
そんな未来を
I know people with like more than double that played on WoW. Insane.
だから私だけど。
Her emotions seem to travel from her chest into her legs, causing her knees to grow weak. She grips her weapon tighter to maintain her posture.
子供が泣いていたんです。
子供？
その子の父親は軍人で、今回のレム王国との戦争で犠牲になったそうです。
Leona breathes deeply before continuing.
もし私がフォリア様と戦ったり
How much is 400 days?
国が万全な状態だったなら
Like a year and a month or something.
レム王国の侵攻で
WoW and Final Fantasy 14, do you mean? RSL? Or, I mean, WoW and Final Fantasy 11 are as well.
きっとその子の父親だって
I think I probably have around the same as that on Final Fantasy 14, I wouldn't be surprised. Necromancer took a lot of time.
あの子はこれからも生きていって
That Palace of the Dead theme still lives rent-free in my head.
でももうあの子の成長を 家族揃って祝うこと
I wouldn't group WoW and 11 together at all. They are totally different games, but in my opinion. I'd say WoW is honestly like a similar era to Final Fantasy 14, much more so than 11.
あの子にこれ以上
They're both very theme parky.
増えることもない
Let's check Roblox playtime. Crack on, mate. Although she tries to hold back her tears, her shaking voice is evidence enough of her sadness.
私が奪ったんだあの子の当たり前の幸せを私は私の正しさを盾に取り返しのつかないことをした自分のためだけにたくさんの人の幸せを壊したんだ
She looks up at Baise, her eyes glistening with fresh tears and a hint of resolve.
誰かを傷つけたかったわけじゃないでも失われてしまったものは戻らないだから私は私の行動の責任を取りたいそれがどんなに辛く厳しいものであったとしても
あなたは当たり前の幸せのために戦ったしかし
ここで私の手を取ればそれはもう二度と手にすることはできなくなります。それでも構わぬというのですね。
Nearly nods, nods quietly. Real hell with 14 is I don't even know if I care enough to sort out keybinds. Keep starting to, I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, it's a lot. When I picked it up again like a couple of weeks ago or last week or whenever it was, I was just there like trying to remember like my red mage rotation that I'd probably done a million times, and it was hard enough just trying to remember like the rotations and things. And I didn't really feel like I wanted to relearn it, which is probably not a good sign.
それでは早速準備を始めましょう。ことが済み次第すぐに向かいますよ。すべての要の地、天罰を受けし島、シュテルケ島へ。
I don't think there's anything wrong with just like kind of letting a game go and just admitting that that was then and this is now. You can have had fun with something in the past and maybe not have so much fun with it anymore. Leona has agreed to follow Baize to a site of potential conflict. A journey marks yet another set of destinies converging toward the same location. I don't know what you're talking about, Nick. Aragona attempts to offer Aaliyah some sympathy after their failed encounter with the crew. Calamity installed to Terraria. I don't know what that is. I hope that's good. Aaliyah, the Golden Knight, struggles to manage her exhaustion after the battle with the captain and the others. Even though she has managed to escape death, she finds it difficult to even walk in her current state. Leia briefly loses consciousness, begins to tumble. Baragona manages to catch her before she falls. Probably got stabbed in the stomach, didn't she? Yeah. Slapping Baragona's hand away, Aaliyah manages to a couple of quick steps back and glares at the Scarlet Knight. I think Baragona's like the strongest of the knights, isn't he? He probably was holding back. Aragona turns to leave, but Aaliyah draws her sword and presses it threateningly against his armor. He'll probably be alright because he doesn't have slits in his armor on his squishy bits. Are the Moromen's bugged out, but there's someone level 88 called 3Fuzz. Oh. Maybe someone's name faking you, mate. Happens to that. Lee's revelation causes a palpable change in Baragona's once nonchalant posture.
しかしその威力はシュテルケ島の傷跡を見れば明らかだ。それは見事に王国を崩壊させ、ナルグランデ空域に未曾有の混乱をもたらした。お前がギルベルトと結託して求めているのは。
Baragona answers Alia's accusation with a mildly impressed nod.
よく調べ上げたものですね。
かねてから疑ってはいた。私には何か情報が欠けていると。そしていけすかないが優秀な傭兵を雇っていてな。驚かされたのはこれだけじゃない。お前も心当たりがあるだろう。ヒーローの鬼とは言い得て妙だな。お前の行いは人の身に余る所業だ。天罰以後、お前はトリッド王国の王子でありながら自国の崩壊をただ傍観していた。私はそれを非難したが、今こそそれを訂正しよう。
Leah's eyes fill with contempt and dread as she glares at
非
Baragona.
難程度で済むものか。お前は自国の崩壊を傍観するどころか、むしろその一端を担っていた。自分以外の王位継承者、親族たちを手にかけることでな。そうまでして己の地位を確固たるものにしたかったのか。お前の王位継承順位は第1位。お前が次の王となることは誰も疑わなかっただろう。その身にまとうヒーロー、お前が父親から生前贈与されたヒーローの甲冑こそが何を。なのになぜ殺した。お前は全てを持っていただろう。なのになぜ。
Leah shifts her gaze to Baragona's eyes, Baragona's armor, jealousy burning in her eyes.
私にはその問いに答えることは
Just jealous that he's got a full set of armor.
ましてや、あなたが新王の娘ならばなおのこと。彼らのために私は口をつぐむしかない。
なんだと。まだあるのか。私の知らない何かが。
事実はそれで全てです。しかし真実は違う。
Yeah, fire as far as I know.
あなたの知らない。
Like burns all sorts of shit up, so presumably fire.
真実がある。
お前は王位継承者を、親族たちを殺して回った。そして王位継承権第19位のハルバーダだけがお前の手を逃れ、白風の境に隠れ住んでいた。これが全てでは。
状況は終盤に差し掛かりつつある。全てが明かされるのもそう遠くないでしょう。しかしまだ邪魔をされるわけにはいかない。もし不安があるのなら一つだけ約束しましょう。
Scarlet Knight bends down to Aaliyah's eye level as he speaks.
私はハルバーダを決して殺させはしない。
何。
He turns away from Aaliyah, leaving her standing there dumbstruck.
待て、話はまだ。
She's a disgrace. She's a disgrace. Hi, Cruz. Anger filling her, she tries to leap after Baragona, but the motion is too much for her, and she collapses.
凄まじい連中だ。鎧越しにもかかわらず。
Even with my armor that definitely spans the whole of my body, I've sustained so many injuries. She summons the strength to look up and scans her body gone.
信じろというのか、お前を。
Leo whispers these words to no one, but they resonate within her, strengthening her resolve. I need to be right back a second. I have to go and check out the cats. My apologies. Back in 2 secs. We'll rejoin the... What does Van call him? Sorry, I'm making... Van call him? Rotund? Hello, Fluffernutters. What's up? Casagate. Let us continue.
超えましたが、やはりここでは応急処置が限度ですな。
Where did I go? I died.
すぐに運び出しましょう。
But it's okay, I rose again.
動かしてくれ。はい。
頼んだぜ。オイラたちおっさんのおかげで仲間と合流できたんだ。
So disrespectful how he talks about the king. I don't think it was someone. It was just a force of nature brought me back. On Reich Island, the captain and the others continue their trek through the underground passage beneath the Palace of Rem. Having beaten Ganesha and the two luminary knights, the crew have been making good progress. But in order to get treatment for the critically wounded Dolza Rem, they find themselves returning to the passage entrance to hand him over to the resistance. Well, I didn't want to say as much, Breadstick, but well, the shoe fits, you know. Hello, Narcos. How are you today? As they carry Dolza Rem to the hideout for treatment, even the slightest tremble causes the diminutive ruler to cry out in pain. If you've done anything to him, he's probably worse off than when he started here, let's be honest.
お前たち何をしている？私のことなど放っておけ。お前たちはイデルバの王を助けに来たのだろうが。でも
はい。
これは罰だ。己の無能を言い訳に国と向き合わなかった私へのな。何もかもギルベルトに任せた私への罰なのだ。おい、大丈夫かよ。いいから聞け。そしてすぐに王宮に向かうのだ。今回骨身に染みて分かった。ギルベルト。奴は危険な男だ。奴の刃に貫かれた時、一瞬だけ何かが私の頭に流れ込んできた。
Dolza Rem's brow creases as he recounts the terrible
とんで
experience.
もない上だけがあった。奴はあの妙な力とともにおかしなものに変質しつつある。この空域を支配するとか、そういうまともな欲はもう奴にはないだろう。嫌な予感がするのだ。あれはいずれ
That is a very common villain thing in this world.
だから止めてほしいのだ。王としてではなく、ナルグランデの一人の住民として。
I was hiding Narcos because he's muted. The captain gives off. The captain gives of a nod. Gives off. It must be captain gives off with two Fs. A nod of firm affirmation to Dolza Rem's request.
ならば止まるな。必ず成し遂げてくれ。奴は邪悪だ。この先どんな犠牲を強いられるかわからん。だが
Can't have evil doers around
奴の
here.
野望を打ち砕くまで決して立ち止まらぬと約束してくれ。
We'll stop him.
頼んだぞ。
As if he'd been holding on to consciousness to complete his request, Dolza Rem gives a relieved smile and faints.
陛下、一時しのぎだが回復魔法を。あと出血が予想よりもひどい。止血剤をもっと持ってくるのだ。了解しました。
The area bursts into activity as they scramble to get Dolza Rem's rapidly deteriorating condition under control. The crew takes a moment to honor the king's request and heads back into the heart of the underground passage.
国王陛下の言う通りだ。
The captain and the others nod to Kane. Without wasting any time, they break into a dash toward the palace to put a stop to Gilbert's rampage. Gilbert is just the next in the line of really shit disposable villains.
報告します。レジスタンスの連中がなだれ込んできました。おそらくはガネーシャの加護が解除されたものかと。
了解。状況によってはこの王宮は放棄するから分散せず部隊ごとに固まって待機。最優先は牢にいる子たちだからそっちの守りを固めといて。あと連れ出す準備も。
Soldier turns and runs off to inform the other troops.
やるなあ。あの状態のガネーシャを沈めたわけだ。さすがはあの男の子供と愉快な仲間たちだね。
アリア様たちも間に合わなかったようですね。あのお二人ならば彼らを止められたでしょうに。
いいよ、どうかな。案外あの二人も間に合ったけど。
そんなバカな。必要の騎士が二人がかりでも止められないなんてことは。
けどあの子たちだって空域を超えてる。
Hi, Narc guys!
空団だからね。自分たちで空図のかけらを集めて小流域を超えてきたんだ。もう十分。
Hello!
必要の騎士に
How are you?
匹敵する力を持っているのかもしれないよ。
それはそうですが、しかしですね、アギシタ。イスタバイオン王国に属する我々があまり滅多なことを言うものでは。
ま、それもそうかね。
Anacida, momentarily satisfied, cracks her neck and changes the subject. Office manager is back. Don't have to be an adult anymore. Excellent. The dream.
さあ、忙しくなるぞ。ぼちぼち頑張ろう。
これからレジスタンスと戦うというのに、どうしてそうのんきなんですか。
そりゃそういうのが私にとっての日常だからね。何が当たり前かなんてことは人それぞれってことさ。
たまの休みに酔っ払った先輩に絡まれるのを俺は当たり前にしたくないんですが。
なんだ、私の酒が飲めないってのか。
冗談は飲んでる時だけにしてください。行きますよ。
Meanwhile, Folia and Hal are in their cell listening intently to some action happening outside.
何やら外が騒がしくなってきよったな。
何か起きたんでしょうか。火事とか。もしそうならこの鎖を何とかしないと。この牢の中ならある程度動けるけど牢からは離れられないし。
A worried Hal tugs at the chains that bind Folia and himself.
焦げ臭い匂いもせんし、火事ということはないじゃろうな。それよりも
She focuses her attention on the footsteps approaching the
も
cell.
っと厄介なことになっておるようじゃぞ。
喜べフォリア。牢から出してやる。お前の命に使い道ができたからな。
Oh, good. What great news, Gilbert. It's always so nice to see you bring such good tidings.
最後の一滴まで使い尽くしてやる。
ギルベルト。
いきなりなんじゃ、やぶから棒に。それにわらわは罪人として処刑されるのではなかったかの。
それは老いぼれの考えだ。俺ならもっとうまくお前を使う。黄金の騎士が敗れまともに戦えなくなった以上、もはや老いぼれに俺は止められない。
アリアが息はあるのか。
戦うことが難しい状態というだけです。
そうか。
Relief washing over her, Folia grins. But Gilbert notices her relax and continues in a sharper
と
tone.
はいえ、妹の心配とは随分と余裕ですね。
元より処刑を待つ身でここにおったのじゃぞ。今さら命をどうこう言われてもの。
そういうつもりなら喜んでください。ただ処刑されるよりもはるかに有用に殺してあげます。 あなたほどの魔力ならグレートウォールの運用にも足ることでしょう。天罰の恐怖は空のすべてを支配する。あなたにはそのための燃料になってもらう。
天罰？一体何を言って。
神王がこのナルグランデに異様に固執していたのは、そうグレートウォール。あれが最後の鍵じゃったか。トリッド王国の解体、お前やヒーローの騎士を使ったナルグランデ空域統治への介入、これらは全て天罰を引き起こした異物グレートウォールが原因か。
あれは空域をも超える兵器であり、その力は今もって空の世界を支配しうる。空域間の移動すら可能であり、島そのものを一撃で破壊する脅威。これさえあれば国家すら必要ない。ただの純粋な恐怖が空の全てを支配する。
So nuts, man. Every villain in this game is like this in the main story. Every single one. Gilbert, gathering sinister power into his palm, gives Folia an elated smile.
そんな平等、誰も望んでない。
望まれたからやるんじゃない。俺がそうしたいから。
Yes, I have, Cruz. It's alright. We read What Makes the Sky Blue, Paradise Lost, and Triple O. Yesterday I also watched Created by the Stars, Loved by the Skies, and that was great. That was really good. Like super good. One of my favorite side stories. Folia stares at Gilbert with a resolve equal to his own. I am a Sandalphon hater. It is true. Before Folia can summon her power, Gilbert blasts her with Otherworld energy, knocking her out. No! Skydweller 5 is the good one! Skydweller 6 was the loser. He then destroys her binds with the same energy, tucks his small frame under his arm, and turns to leave the cell. Nate Rogers doesn't even know which Skydweller is which. Unbelievable. They all look the same to you, don't they, Nick? Fucking hell, mate.
拾った命を無駄にするな。これ以上は言葉じゃなく、体に分からせることになるぞ。
それでも、行かせません。
Al steels himself and stares directly into Gilbert's eyes.
彼女は僕なんです。同じ悩みを抱えていた。
Gilbert sucks, yeah. Yeah, he is. He's the villain of this story. Unfortunately, he's just generic GRANBLUE villain number 27.
だから今度は僕が助ける番なんです。
そうか。ならお前はここまでだ。じゃあな。
Hal closes his eyes, preparing for the blast to take his life. That doesn't sound great, Dark Chaos. The pain never comes back. Never comes. Instead, he hears a playful voice.
かっこいいじゃん。僕好きだな、そういうの。そういうセリフ。
Here he is.
僕たちも駆けつけがいがあるってもんだよね。
ドランクさん、遅くなった。ごめん。本当は団長たちが外で戦ってるうちにあなたたちを連れ出す予定だった。少し先を越された。悔しい。
いいだろ別に。現にこうして間に合ったんだ。やることははっきりしてる。その女を取り戻してさっさとこの王宮を出るぞ。
ってわけで君が頑張ってくれたおかげで僕たちも間に合った。でもまだ荒っぽいことになるからあとは僕たちに任せてね。
ドランクさん。
Half smiles, comforted by the appearance of Drang and the others. Gilbert, on the other hand, gives the intruders an irritated glare. You're gonna get fucked up, Gilbert. It's been long overdue. Instantaneously summoning an overwhelming amount of power, Gilbert blasts the immediate surroundings.
お前ら無事か。
問題ないね。スツルム殿も大丈夫？
Drang manages to get his shield up in time, protecting the others with magic emanating from his spheres.
怪我はない。だが奴に逃げられた。
うん。
ああ、ちょっと。ちょっと。
As his partners begin running after Gilbert, Drang turns to Hal.
ハル君も怪我はない？破片が飛んでたりとか。ん？
ギルベルトは言いました。もう僕に用はないと。だからもう僕は安全です。僕のことは気にせずギルベルトを追ってください。
お？そうだね。僕もスツルム殿たちの火星に行こうと思うけど、君どこか様子が。
ドランク、何をやってる？兵士が湧いてきて邪魔だ。お前も手伝え。
お呼びですよ。さあ早く。
ひとまず騒ぎが収まるまで君はここでじっとしているんだ。僕もここを離れるけど、何かあったら周りの兵士に助けを求めるといい。ギルベルトの考えていることはイスタバイオン王国への裏切りであり、兵士たちの総意じゃない。イスタバイオンの者にとって君は変わらず大切な存在だから、きっと助けてくれるはずだよ。
分かっています。さあ早く。
Urged on by Hal, Drang manages to fight back a sneaking suspicion that something might go wrong. He exits the cell and races to catch up with his teammates, who are already in hot pursuit of Gilbert. I'm sure that'll be fine, don't worry about it. After Hal regains consciousness, he turns to find a curious pair he's never met before. Told Drang to ring and Drang rang. True. Pair of this! The uproar with Gilbert at its center gets farther and farther from the cell. Surrounded by newfound silence, Hal's consciousness returns.
ドランクさん、足手まといかもしれないけど、僕も一緒に。あれ？ドランクさん？
He peers around the cell, finding that he's the only one there.
なんで？一体何が？まさか僕もギルベルトに気絶させられて、それで置いていかれたんじゃ。
そうではない。お前が意識を失っていたのは
These darn primal beasts. What is primal beasting? Surprise grips Hal as he turns to face the unfamiliar voice. Standing in the entrance of the cell is a man he's never seen. Beside him is a single knight.
怯えることはない。聖少獣の名はシビレと言ってな。直接的な戦闘能力は皆無に近い。至って無害な聖少獣よ。しかし聖少獣シビレは信託を司る。遠方にいる者の口を借り、望む内容を喋らせることができる。これがなかなかに重宝してな。先のトリッド王国解体において、イデレバとレムの衝突の際にも、ある者の口を借りて、少しばかり状況をいじらせてもらってな。
Yeah, it turns out there are a lot of darn primals.
結果は見ての通りだ。
どのような聖唱銃が最も有用かはなかなか読めないものよな。
あなたはどなたですか？
私はこの空の正当な支配者だ。ともあれ、私がここに現れたのは他でもない。
鍵？
True King gives a nod to the White Knight and then brandishes the sword at Hal. The sword flashes around Hal, skillfully cutting his chains without harming him.
さあ、行こうか。無論抵抗などするまいな。
With no way of defending himself, Hal follows the True King out of the cell. Meanwhile, the trio pursuing Gilbert meets with countless waves of soldiers. The soldiers are unable to stop the trio's momentum. They pass wave after wave of uniformed men until finding themselves staring at Gilbert's back.
囚われのお姫様は返してもらう。
スツルム殿、あの子お姫様じゃなくてイデルバの王様なんだけど。
どっちだっていいだろ。今のは勢いだ、勢い。普段はドランクの方が適当だけど、スツルムもたまに勢い重視。
Why did he get stabbed for that?
なんでうるさい。元はといえばお前が普段から適当だからだ。
ギルベルト様、お下がりください。ここは私たちが。ギルベルト様はお早く罪人フォリアの移送を。ギルベルト。
Gilberto! Wow, what a shocker. Gilbert hands Foliar over to his soldiers and steps in front of the trio. We're gonna get you to try to satisfy Belial if you're not careful, Gilbert.
二人は下がって。ギルベルトは私とロイドがやる。あれは危ない。何かがずれてる。普通に戦うと危ない。
Drangosturm nod at Orchid's command before backing off to take on the remaining soldiers.
かなり強いな。うまそうだ。くれよ、それ。
Gilbert looks past Orchid, focuses on Lloyd, his envy apparent.
あげない。ロイドはあなたにはもったいない。
そうかよ。じゃあ消えろ。俺に逆らったことを
I
後悔しない
don't think she will, Gilbert. You got some heavy mini boss vibes.
バカなやつだ。
お願い、ロイド。ジルリ。私は負けない。そこ行くよ。
じゃあな。
ロイドにはそこ。
ああ、いい気分だ。
行くよ。行くよ。
力をよこせ。
守られるだけの
HD man versus Chibi girl.
アルクスの名において星の力を解放する。
He's done 0 damage so far. Gilbert is filling with magical power. I mean, he couldn't. He doesn't have much already, so I would hope so. Didn't even break Orchid's shield. Gilbert manages to match Orchid's assault blow for blow, but his condition seems to be rapidly growing stranger. Seeing Orchid backs into a corner. Storm and Drang move to protect her. Gilbert doesn't seem to take heed of them. Rather, his eyes stay fixed on Orchid, tracking her as she slinks behind her comrades. This guy's a sucker. Hi, Kobe Loki. Avast ye. Are you injured?
間一髪間に合ったみてえだな。
しかしまさかキレンらもここにいるとはな。
Yeah, not too bad, thanks, man.
無事でいたこと
Getting
は
on.
カインたちへの伝言を通して分かっていたが。
まあちょっと思うところがあってね。目的は同じだと思うけど、僕たちは僕たちで動いてたってわけ。
たく腐れんつうかなんつうかな、おい。
あら、目的が一緒なら仲間は大いに越したことはないんじゃない？
足手まといにだけはなるなよ。
ふふん、そんなこと言えるのも今のうちだけなんだから。強くなった私たちを見てびっくりしないでよね。
You're gonna be shook. Orchid turns to thank Kane and Reinhardt for saving her.
ありがとう。さっきは。
気にすんなって。だって君が先に俺たちを助けてこな。ベスティエ島の森でさ。
助けられっぱなしってのが性に合わねえだけだ。俺もこいつもな。
でもありがとう。
The captain smiles, grateful that everyone is back together. But their enemy Gilbert stands to the side, oblivious to their reunion. He stares down at his hands, examining them as if they weren't his own. Come on, Gilbert, let's just get on with it, shall we?
Yeah. いや、いいか。もともと俺は力が欲しかったんだ。どんな力でもいい。とにかく大きな力だ。 力がない奴は惨めに死ぬ。俺はもう負け犬にはならない。全てを支配するために俺は全ての力が欲しい。
Gilbert turns to face the crew and joyfully laughed. Just ignore him, Vern. Can we beat him up already? Let's move past the Gilbert arc. I always come at the perfect time.
青い髪のお前、お前も面白い力を持ってるな。くれよ、その力。俺にくれ。俺に力をくれ。乾いて乾いてしょうがないんだよな。エリゴの身はしないぜ。全部まとめて飲み込んでやる。
You've come at the perfect time. It's perfect. You've come at the perfect time. Give it to me. I don't mind how it tastes. I'll drink it all up.
だからよこせよ。俺に力を。邪魔なんだよ、お前ら。残念だったな。好き勝手暴れてやるか。俺の敵ではない。クソが。
See ya. See ya. Please don't let him get away. Rebuffed by the crew's assault, madness consumes Gilbert. In his enraged state, he makes a startling revelation. Can't wait. Literally can't wait.
なめるなよ。俺たちの力にお前にやれるようなもんはひとかけらだってねえんだよ。
まったくだ。力が欲しいってのは構わねえが、人から奪って手に入れようってのは見過ごすわけにはいかねえな。
The stick of bread. Oh, holy stick of bread. Bless us with your doughiness.
そういうわけなの。力が欲しいのなら他を当たってくれるかしら。
You're only one step away from being a nameless villain, Gilbert. That's the problem.
その顔だ。何が悪い。力を求めて何が悪い。
Gilbert glares at Kane with wild eyes.
何のことだ。お前何を言って。
お説教はうんざりだ。バカなやつだ。あのガキをかばって。俺たちは目的を話した。お前はそれを聞いた。だったら逃げればよかったんだ。俺たちの目的はガキの方だったんだからな。
ギルベルト、お前大
バカな男だ。本当にな。だからお前の犠牲は犬死にでしかないんだよ。
兄さんと何があったんだ。
俺がこの手で始末しただろうが、あのガキを守ろうとしたお前をな。アメル、よく覚えてる。あのガキで最後だったからな。あそこで無様に死んだくせに今さら出てくるんじゃねえ。
Madness burning in his eyes, Gilbert looks up to the empty sky.
もう一度、もう一度だ。
I'm not sure this guy's mentally sound.
そのための力を俺によこせ。
Weird guy.
わかるかよ、んなもん。
ただ一つ、あいつは俺の敵だ。
カワク、まだ足りない。これでも足りない。よこせ、お前らの力をよこせ。
Nah. Nah. I don't think I will. Seems like a boss that has stages to him. There's no point in burning him.
Taki, 力が足りない。
死を忘れることなく逃げられると思わないで。ダンスクレマション。
Nah, he's got a fixed amount of time to how long he lives. That's why he's got so much HP.
この手でみんなを守れるのなら。
Gotta wait for the story to scroll through.
バカどもが、これで終わりだ。 お前の力を見せつけてやる。
There we go.
そこまでだよ。
どうなってんだ。
詳しいことはわからないけど、なんか大変な感じみたいだね。
Even though Gilbert was able to fend off the captain and the others, he continues to suffer while consumed by rage.
力が必要なんだ。もっと。待て。
Gilbert grabs Folia from his soldiers and begins to run at an abnormal speed. The injured crew can only stare in bewilderment as he charges away from them with the fury of a frothing beast. Wow, what a surprise we got him going away. That's crazy. Whoever would have guessed. Back at the jail, not that far from where the captain and the others continue their fight with Gilbert, a man in red armor arrives at Hal's cell. He finds the jail empty, serene, and not at all the state that he expected it to be in. He circles the cell in disbelief.
なぜハルバーダがいない？あの子はどこへ行った？黄金の騎士が敗北したことで、ギルベルトの目的はグレートウォールに移ったはず。ならばもう、ギルベルトにとってハルバーダの利用価値はない。イデルバの彼らが保護したのか。それなら問題はないが。
Discovering a set of severed chains on the ground, Baragona reaches for them. He examines the way they were cut.
この鎖の断面、相当な、いや、ただの手だれではない。私はこの立ち筋を知っている。白騎士、かの者が動いているというのか。
Baragona grips a chain link with a sense of worry and regret.
七葉の騎士の中でも清廉潔白、白の像をいただく白騎士は神王の側近として名高い。その白騎士が独立行動をするとは思えない。つまりここに現れたのは神王の直命か、または神王本人を伴ってか。どちらにせよ恐れていた事態となってしまった。計画を気取られまいとハルバーダと距離を置いたのがいけなかったか。
Now plagued by a new problem, the Scarlet Knight wonders how he will ever save Hal. But he quickly concludes there's no time to come up with a proper plan of action.
神王の目的はたった一つ。それは悲劇の始まりである15年前から。ならば向かうべきはシュテルケ島か。
Having made up his mind, Baragona turns and exits the cell. Although the curtains have not yet risen on the final act yet, those who would play the biggest roles have now found the stage. Ooh, new music. Stark Island. Ah. We have a Golden Knight challenge. I didn't even know that was a thing. We've also got a Be All That Can Be. Cat is dead, yes. An apt observation. Crew temporarily allied with the Rem Kingdom military hurry to the palace to rescue Folia from Gilbert. Numerous skirmishes with Istavian patrols threaten to hinder their progress. They slowly make headway. As time goes on, concern gnaws at Kane. His eyes are focused on a man at the very rear of the Rem soldiers that have been dispatched with the crew. The fact that the man is keeping his distance from the rest of the troops and passively watching the fighting lends credence to Kane's observation. The contrary attitude of the general's advisor has Kane and Catalina scratching their heads. The Rem general falls in step with the two, just in time to overhear the conversation. Ooh. Hello? Hi. I'm alright, thanks. What can I do for you? No. No, not at all. Hello! I can hear you. No, I'm not facing any problems with my services. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm not suffering any problems with my services. Okay. 20% discount, damn. Thanks. I'm good. Thanks. Take care. Bye bye. So weird, man. Yeah, that's why I didn't give any personal details or anything like that. An arrow suddenly flies toward the general. Kane and Catalina desperately scramble to deflect the surprise attack. But Bouchard outdraws them, leaping in front of the general and blocking the arrow with his shield. Bouchard and the Rem general are completely unfazed, unlike Kane, who is still processing the speed of the advisor's reflexes.
とにかく何？くそ。おいおい。あ。
Straight punching Ragazzo. Good job, my man. The starving soldiers are subdued. They won't be meeting up with the bulk of their forces. After the battle, Bouchard returns to his position at the back as if nothing had happened. The general seems to have noticed that Kane's eyes were following after Bouchard.
しかし
Kane mulls over the general's words. He then walks over to Bouchard. The two military men discuss the safest routes that can be taken. A thought suddenly occurs to Kane.
例えばそれでおそらく
In Kane's mind, the future of Rem is still wide open. He'll remember the name Bouchard. There may come a day when he has to face the potential general as an enemy. What's this one? Golden Knight. Wind! That'd be fun. See how much damage reduction it has. Can't be bothered to set up my wind. Oh, she has loads of damage reduction. Stupid golden knight. There's a lot of damage reduction.
ちょっと本気ですね。ここかな。これで折れるかな。私に任せて。
隙を見せたな。
知れ者が。
支援はない。おとなしくしていろ。
I may have to actually get my wind out for this.
悪いが情け
She's
は
gonna
かけ
do
ないぞ。
check it out. I don't know if I can clear it with what the wind that I have set up. Oh, whoops, one thing. I can't really be bothered to sort out the grid right now. Wasn't expecting to have to do wind stuff. It's fine. Oh, I should have changed my main character. Oh no, it's fine. Never mind. We actually have the bits for the M3 wind grid now, but just haven't set it up yet.
情けはかけないぞ。
ベリアスイッチ。これが自由です。イエーイ。
うい。
ドキッとするの。受け止めるよ。
ついてこれるかな。
隙間に落ちよ。
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
It is the goat crew. It's been a while.
隙間に落ちよ。
I need to totally redo my wind grid.
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
受け止めるよ。
支援はない。おとなしくしていろ。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
Oh yeah, we can do two summons a turn, can't we? I forgot we have Lyria.
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
隙間に落ちよ。
隙を見せたな。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
ぬるい。ついてこれるかな。
支援はない。おとなしくしていろ。
隙間に落ちよ。
Good stuff, good stuff. Proud Golden Knight. I don't know about that. Golden Knight. Jubuff. Oh wow, you can get Cloud Commendation from this, which you can trade for all sorts of shit, including a Sunlight Stone. That's actually kind of crazy. I guess I'll sort my wind grid then. Oh, we need to upgrade that anyway, don't we? Ah, that's it. The Land of Personal Quest accepted itself. That's odd. Oh, you just have it already there. Oh well. Oh, I need my skill level as well. Uh-oh. Damn. Robbed. Okay. So we need the bolt auras, right? I need to uncap it first. No. No. I'd rather not do that. That's not where I need to go. Prospect we could replace with Prospect's actually fine for this though. Celestial Sword, yeah, I've got a Celestial Sword. Like that is useful. Maybe we just stick with this for what we're about to use this for. Thanks, Boone. How are you, brother? Oh, that's so big because it's got 99 on it. I see. It's fine. Get off work. Ah, good to see you. I hope work was okay today.
マエストロと呼んでくれても構わんぞ。
Wind, 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 wind. Yeah, it's from... I had a lot of setups when I had nothing but wind. I don't know how hard this is going to be. No idea. My own minute Tiamat is only tiny still. They're like level 200 or something. Boogeyman's great. Boogeyman's just a really, really great class, it seems. Lyria. Ooh, our main character died there. Oh yeah, we got pretty fucked up. Or whatever just happened. Oh, of course. It's Lyria blocking stuff, isn't it? Main character blocking stuff for Lyria. Got him killed. The classic. You apparently have not had your knee turned off. No, you have. You got this, guys. I believe in you. Okay, they don't got this. We need to probably bring... There we are. They didn't have this. I can't believe how little they had that. We don't have the sand for this, really. But we can uncap it up to what, like 220? We can also use Petra for defenses. Guess we'll try with where we are first.
こっそり楽しい思いをしようとしても無駄なのじゃ。
See how it goes.
リリアも連れて行くのじゃ。
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
うい。
Poor area is just hidden away behind Katara.
ついてこれるかな。
隙間に落ちよ。
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
隙間に落ちよ。
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
ドキッとするな。受け止めるよ。
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
It's getting a bit smoother.
隙間に落ちよ。
支援はない。おとなしくしていろ。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
ああ、そこそこ気持ちいいのじゃ。
人参に学べ。風の猛威を。息吹を感じろ。
Didn't land your debuff, Raphael. I'm even paying you for, mate.
苦しめよ。
支援はない。おとなし悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
音楽はいいものだぞ。さあ、私の指揮に合わせるのだ。
支援はない。おとなしくしていろ。
ドキッとするな。受け止めるよ。
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。悪い
Fucked away. Oh, we're
が
very
情けは
fast.
かけないぞ。
extremely fucked, one might say. Why'd you do so much damage? God damn it. He's a beast. Try Petra. She's a beast. Obviously, if we were actually fighting, I'd just stab her in the sides, but like... life doesn't work like that in anime world. Deal damage, critical hit, right. Mental attacks, the A cap. That's okay. She does have skills with 10 or more turns, doesn't she? Actually, she doesn't really do a lot of healing. This is fine. Well, I need to go through all of their artifacts at some point. I haven't really looked at my wind in ages. Did you finish all the side stories you need? I'm gunning for a main story quest at the moment. Yeah, I haven't touched. I think I've done all of the ones that I need for Sierras. We've got about 15 or so left. It's basically the society ones, and then Rabomi, and a load of summer ones. There's a lot of dross in there. New Lego drama video just dropped. I don't really want to look at it right now. Oh shit. I was meant to use Dominion.
息吹を感じろ。
支援はない。おとなしくしていろ。
Oh. I guess I didn't understand how that works.
無茶はダメですよ。精霊の加護よ、ここに。よっ、ベントセイーラ。
No, that is so long.
情けはかけないぞ。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。支援はない。おとなしくしていろ。
後でお礼をさせてください。無茶はダメですよ。
悪いが情けはかけないぞ。
こういう技も使えるんです。遊んでやるのじゃ。風よ。
支援はない。おとなしくしている。悪いが情けはかけないぞ。私では
Okay, Petra was what we needed. Petra always surprises me by how good she is whenever I use it. She offers like so many turns of virtual immunity against almost everything in the game. I think that cloud combination is a sunstone, so the main reason why I did that. Possessed by abnormal strength, Gilbert flees the crew with Folia tucked under his arm. Oh, whoops. Dashes through the city toward the airship docks, making short work of any soldiers who dare get in his way. Finally, the deranged man commandeers an airship with a quick display of power. Moments later, it makes a frantic takeoff for Stark Island. Sleep is never for the weak, sleep is always for the strong. Captain and the crew, having witnessed Gilbert's escape, are heading directly to the same island. Kane stands aboard the Grand Cypher's deck. His face is grim as he stares at the skies above. There, the Great Wall, the ancient city symbol of the Nala Granda Kingdom, hangs looming over him.
ドランクさんたちからの情報をまとめると、あの天罰はグレートウォールによって引き起こされた。そしてグレートウォールの正体は島すら破壊する強力な兵器であり、ギルベルトは陛下の魔力を燃料にグレートウォールを再び起動しようと
That's a happy fox.
そしてギルベルトは言った。
俺がこの手で始末しただろうが、あのガキを守ろうとしたお前をな。 アベル、よく覚えてる。あのガキです。
Gilbert is another terrible GRANBLUE villain. We need to get this guy over and done with and move on with our lives. The latest in a long series of terrible GRANBLUE villains.
どんな犠牲を払ったっていい。俺
また何か面倒なことを考えてんのか。
There isn't a good track record of villains in this game. Like, most of the villains just suck. They have like terrible motivation, and they're just lunatics who want to destroy the world or take over the world or something, and they don't really have any reason for it. We'll mull with you.
お前はすぐに一人で思い詰めるからな。少しは他人を使うんじゃなく相談することも覚えろ。
At least there's Belial, you know.
ひでえ言われようだな。まあでも安心しろって。別に思い詰めてなんか。
アベルの仇だろ、ギルベルトは。それにもうギルベルトは全空の敵だ。ギルベルトの目的がグレートウォールである以上、この空に無関係の奴はいねえ。ここでギルベルトを見逃せば、奴はグレートウォールを得て恐怖で空を治める。そうなりゃ空のどこにいたってあの天罰に怯え続けることになる。そんな世界、俺はごめんだ。
We made a promise.
俺たちはドルザレム国王にギルベルトを止めると約束した。わかるか？奴と戦うことはもうお前だけの問題じゃねえ。俺たちは同じ危機に瀕して同じ敵を倒そうとしてんだよ。
When Hutzer glares at the Great Wall, as if the giant inanimate ruins were a flesh and blood enemy.
だったらお前が何考えてるか話してくれてもいいんじゃねえか。
Oh yeah, Awakening 7 at 110. Let's fight together.
ギルベルトを倒したい。いや、俺がでも俺一人じゃ。だから力を貸してくれ、団長。
What did I just say? Don't make me repeat myself. Jesus.
いや、まあそう言われちまうとそうなんだけどよ。でもちゃんと礼は言わせてもらう。
Kane, you kind of suck, but like compared to EO, you're a great man.
しかしこうして改まってみるとメルクマール島でのことを思い出すな。
You're not hiding anything else, right?
そのすまん。あの時はまだ俺は団長たちを警戒してたのかもしれない。でも今は団長たちを信じてる。だから全てを話した上で力を借りたいんだ。
Kane, having found new conviction, peers up at the sky.
今回の件、俺やラインハルザだけじゃどうにもならない気がするんだ。ギルベルトを止めるにはきっと団長たちの存在が鍵になる。おかしな感覚だけどさ、なんかそんな気がするんだ。だから改めて聞かせてくれないか、団長たちのこれまでの冒険のことを。
そういうことならオイラに任せとけってんだ。なんたってこいつと一番付き合いが長いのはオイラなんだからな。
今さらそりゃねえだろうがよ。ここにいる奴らは揃いも揃って団長と視線をくぐり抜けてんだ。付き合いの長さってのはそんなに重要じゃねえだろう。
私はその
Can't blame him, really, Bellicott, can you?
B さんほど長く一緒にいるわけじゃないけど、でもつながりの深さなら。
大丈夫だルリア、みんなわかってるさ。
思い出してみりゃもうずいぶん長え付き合いだな。おい、なんたって空域まで超えたんだ。ここまで成し遂げた気空団はそう多くはねえはずだぜ。
ある意味私たちそれぞれが団長さんの旅の記録と言えるかもしれないわね。
じゃあ私 ことを教えてあげる。あの島でどんなことがあったのか。
ねえねえ、どうしよう、スツルム殿。僕たちちょっと語れることが少ないよね。どうしよっか。いろいろと暗躍してた内容話しちゃう？
なんでお前は張り合おうとしてるんだ。私たちは傭兵だぞ。
私はいっぱい話したいことがある。団長とルリアがいなかったらきっと私は消えてしまっていたから。
Captain blinks, realizing that all crew members aboard the Grand Cypher have joined them on the deck.
じゃあ早速聞かせてくれ。団長たちのこれまでの旅の
To our visual. Should we not have our visual back by now? I feel like it's bugged. As the airship glides towards Stark Island, each member of the crew recounts their story to Kane. Together they sift through the river of their experiences, attempting to extract any strategy that could give them the edge against Gilbert. Hopefully sleeping like actual foxes right now. After trailing Gilbert's airship, the captain and the others finally reach Stark Island. Captain and the others are pursuing Gilbert in hopes of recovering Folia. They discover his airship moored on Stark Island, once the proud capital of Torhid Kingdom. As the crew disembarks from their own airship, they take in the solemn wreckage caused by divine retribution.
島の形が変わっちまってるじゃねえか。もともとこの島はこんな変な形じゃなかったんだろう。
そうだ。経済的な発展はグロース島に一歩譲っていたものの、トリッド王国の首都が置かれる島としてたくさんの人が住んでたんだ。
それが今じゃ一っ子一人いねえ廃墟の島か。
All of the remaining dwellings on the island seem to be in an absolute desolated state, evidence of the calamity that befell the city.
しかしそれにしちゃ妙に騒がしいな。
Must be a tennis court around here.
さっきから聞こえてるよね。これ誰かが何かと戦ってる音かな。
え？でもこの島もう誰も住んでないんじゃないの？
ギルベルトが島にいた魔物とでも戦ってるのか？
どうかな。それにしては足音が多いかも。
来るぞ。あの建物の陰からだ。
The captain and the others find two familiar figures who pop into view.
こいつら一体どこから湧いてきているんだ？わかりません。でも急に数が増えたことを考
The
える
gang's
と
all here.
何かきっかけがあったんじゃ。ってあれ？団長さん？でもここナルグランデ区域でというかどうしてこの島に？そりゃこっちのセリフだぜ。二人揃って何やってんの？見ての通りだ。来るぞ。この感じギルベルトさんの力に似てる。
Gilbert. Can we hurry up and just get rid of Gilbert, please? We must be rearing up for a final conflict already. When you first started, you said you didn't particularly care for the gameplay of GBF. Would you say that changed now? It's not really my cup of tea, Umikin, if I'm being totally honest. I enjoy the planning and the customization that's like actually external to the gameplay, but I don't really like the gameplay that much. It's okay. It's better than I thought it would be.
これで追ってきていたのは全部ですね。後続もいないみたいです。
If you were to count the planning and whatnot, the customization and all of that stuff as part of the gameplay, then yeah, I would say that I like the gameplay. But if you take the actual like combat itself, it's not really all that for me.
数は増えたものの、宮殿の方に固まっているみたいですから。なるほどな。やはりあの魔法陣が鍵か。
Having fought with a pair of enforcers before, the captain decides to detail the crew's predicament in Monica and Alicia. Monica grips the brim of her cap, smiles at Alicia, ready to divulge their own mission in return.
でもいいんでしょうか。秘密裏に調査してほしいって言われてますけど。
The game is a lot more than just its combat, though. Like, GRANBLUE Fantasy is deep enough that I think there are a lot of different aspects of the game. And the combat is only actually a very minor part of it.
彼にはバルフリード団長も一目置いている。それに話を聞いたところによると、ほとんど我々と目的を同じくするようだからな。
Alicia nods in agreement. The two sides begin exchanging information.
ナルグランデ空域の罪か。
それはおそらくグレートウォール
Also, it feels good to be able to kill something that I couldn't kill before, or to work my way through something, but most of that just comes out of the satisfaction of like preparing things differently.
依頼者は
Not the actual combat itself
ギルベルトの
generally.
暴走を予見していたのだ。そして最悪の事態には我々がギルベルトを止められるよう調査依頼を出した
I
の
think
だ。
there's also the possibility that that might change if I were to get to be able to do like the Hexa stuff and that kind of thing. Oh yeah. You just haven't seen that much of it, Narcos, but there's some very, very difficult content in the game.
確かにそう考えると
That requires a lot of kind of pinpoint strategy.
まあその依頼を出したやつの正体が気にはなるが。
今はそれは後回しだ。それに心配する必要もない。
Kind of like wizardry, right? Most of the time, you are just auto-battling some random shit. Like 99.9% of the time. But that 0.1% of the time, you have to really knuckle down to try to beat something.
バルフリート団長を介して依頼をしてきた。ということは、フラチの輩ではないだろう。それより、この島の調査中に、面白いものを発見してな。
面白いもの？
王宮の隠し部屋であったと思われる場所で魔法陣を見つけたんです。かなり古いもののようでしたが、術式を見るに
Your streamers are making behind.
転送用のもの。詳しく調べようとしたんですが、
Don't worry.
突然
You didn't miss
あの
much.
異形の存在の数が急増して、ここまで撤退せざるを得なくて、我々がその浮き目にあったのが少し前のことだ。
Monica snaps her head towards Lyria. Her tone's turning serious.
先ほどギルベルトとやらの使う力と異形の存在たちの力が似ているとつぶやいていたな。はい。気のせいかもしれないんですけど、そんな気がして。
Saw Monica. Ah, it was just different points of Monica. Did you hear my reply, Amy?
私もそれは気づいた。
To your question.
ということはだ。そのギルベルトが島に着いたのと異形の存在たちの数が増えたのは関係があるかもしれん。そして奴らが執着する魔法陣、転送用のようだったが、隠し部屋からどこへ行こうと。
PC was like 3 hours behind. That's so long ago. Hey Ryu, what's up? Yeah, pretty much not, guys. I relate it most similarly to wizardry just because the amount of grind is very similar. The amount of grind to like actual gameplay is very similar. Monica paces around the area, her steady gait helping her concentrate as she considers a theory.
グレートウォールは波空戦争の頃にはすでに空にあったと。
It's lovely to see you, Ryu. I hope you're having a wonderful day.
完全な謎ではなく、わずかに伝わる情報。もしかするとトリッド王国の上層部はグレートウォールの正体を知っていたのではないか。そしてもし正体を知っているだけでなく、
Front gaming? What's front gaming?
当然そのためのグレートウォールへの移動手段が必要になる。
Oh, the Street King quest. That was so long ago. That was genuinely like 3 hours ago.
その可能性は高いと私は睨んでいる。
ギルベルトはなぜか直接グレートウォールへは向かわず。
Just goes to show me all the GRANBLUE fantasy story scenes are the same. They all look the same. That's why you might as well skip them.
それはシュテルケ島の廃墟にグレートウォールに通じる魔法陣があることを知っていたからか。
Oh, okay. Like using free front runners. I see.
直接グレートウォールに行こうにも、あの高さは波の気空艇じゃたどり着けねえだろうからな。
Good luck with the finals today, Ree. Hearing Monica divulge her hypothesis, Captain and the others began sharing thoughts of their own.
もしその話が本当なら、私たちはその魔法陣を目指
It's
せばいい
always a
わけよ
quantum.
ね。
You almost out quantum at times, but like, oh.
この島からギルベルトを探さなくて済むのは助かるな。
I've done that. I do that. I've done that all the time in Twitch chats. I felt so stupid as well because, like, I'll be answering something from way before, and I'll just like an absolute moron in chat. And people will be like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "I just answered his question that he was asking on." Oh, that was like an hour and a half ago. Yeah, my bad.
けどあんまりいいことばかりでもないみたいだね。
His voice devoid of the usual frisky mischief, dragging stares towards some figures in the distance. A horde of otherworldly beings are quickly clawing their way toward the crew.
さっさと行け、お前ら。
My plan is to go to 172 in main story if I can over the next like week and a half. And catch up Sierra carts if possible again. But we'll see.
お前の兄の仇なんだろう。お前が行かないでどうするんだ。ドランクもそれでいいな。
グレートウォール自体にはちょっと興味あったんだけどね。
背中は任せて、団長たちが安心して進めるように。
And once I get to 172 and do Sierra carts, then I can go back and mess around with the rest of the side stories.
魔法陣までの地図を書いてやれ。我々もここ
Your
で
PC, oh no. Usually when your PC makes weird noises, it's a fan related issue.
ご詰めに不安があっては目の前の戦いに集中できなくなってしまうからな。
Alicia nods before scribbling a hasty map for the
団長
captain.
さん、これを。
Just tape it up, it'll be fine.
先ほども
Leave
話した
it
通
open.
り、魔法陣には異形な存在たちが群がっています。
My keyboard made a weird noise, so I tore the spacebar off, okay?
私たちがここで
I'm sorry to hear that.
タイルは確保しますけど、気をつけてくださいね。私、
Happens to all of
団
us.
長さんと旅がしたいですから。
Anyone, has that happened to anyone else? I don't know. You be careful too, Alicia.
気持ちだけで十分です。私だって
You never skip leg day,
を
Alicia.
怠っていませんから。
The captain grasps Alicia's map and nods to the other members of the crew. It's flicky, oh dear. They turn and make haste for the palace ruins, leaving the area in the collective hands of 2 powerful enforcers and 3 equally strong agents. Can we kill Gilbert? Yeah. I mean, you know, not obviously not kill. I mean, like, brutally beat and then let him get away. Crew ventures into the ruins of a palace with Monica and Alicia guarding the rear. Oh, fuck. Wrong wind. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Captain and the crew depart from Monica and the others and dash toward the palace ruins to stop Gilbert. Gilbert? They follow the directions on Alicia's map. but the route soon becomes obstructed by otherworldly beings. You can do whatever you want with quotes, Balakote.
とはいえ、足止め程度にはなってんだ。囲まれる前にとっとと進むぞ。
I'll leave him to you. Kane, careful not to slow his pace, slashes at the beings blocking his path, but his expression is distant.
どうした？集中してないと不意をつかれるぞ。
ああ。
得体の知れない相手だが、それについて考えるのは後だ。
ああ、いや、それも確かに気になるんだが、それより腑に落ちないことがあるんだ。
ギルベルトの目的ならもうあらかた分かっただろう。
ギルベルトについてはな。俺が気になってるのは天罰についてだ。
天罰はグレートウォールによる攻撃だ。他に考えられるのか？
問題は5年前、一体誰がその天罰を引き起こしたのかだ。
Sorry, just a second. Okay.
グレートウォールが兵器であるなら、それを操作した誰かがいるはずなんだ。そしてこのシュテルケ島の王宮、トリッド王国の王宮にグレートウォールへの入り口がある。となると、5年前、トリッド王国がまだ栄えていた時代に
Super Ultimate Bahamut HL. Hold on. Load up the phone. Thank you, Yumi. B 9 9 858. Haven't hit auto. Thank you, Yumi.
「王国の中枢」、それがその関係者か。
だが天罰、グレートウォールの攻撃が落ちたのはトリッド王国首都シュテルケ島だ。そいつは王国の中枢または関係者でありながら、
I know.
どうして天罰を引き起こしたのか。
See, I'm helping. Kane's expression grows worried as he considers the
ギルベ
possibilities.
ルトを止めるには過去の事件は関係ないのかもしれない。だけどこのことが
You're welcome.
関係者に直接聞こうにも、当時の中心的な王族はほとんど殺されたんだったが。
Thank you, Yumi. Very kind of you.
王位継承順位第1位。ドランクさんによると、ハルバーダ王子だけが難を逃れたって話だった。
真相はどうあれ、ヒーローの騎士が関わってるのは間違いね
バラゴナはどうして他の王位継承者を、自分の親族だってのに。
えな。まあ血のつながりをどう思うかはそれぞれってことなんだろうな。
血のつながりか。
Kane raises his head and looks up at Reinhardt's.
俺とお前に血のつながりはないよな。
当たり前だろ。俺はドラフでお前はヒューマンなんだからな。
俺は団長たちのことを一緒に戦う仲間だと思ってるし、命を預けられる相手として信じてる。お前のこともだ、ラインハルザ。戦場以外でも
Blood doesn't really mean that much, does it?
この先はギルベルトとの決戦だ。間違いなく危険な戦いになる。けど
I think Blood has tried to screw me over more times in my life than help me. Kane lifts her fists and gives Reinhardtzar a friendly punch on the chest. Hello, Ase. Ase, hey!
それに妙な期待はやめとけ。お前が失ったものは二度と戻ってきやしない。だがな。
Reinhardtzar gives Kane a friendly punch himself. Pretty sure if he punched Kane, he would go halfway flying around the planet. How you doing today? Alright, thanks. Getting on. We're smashing through some GRANBLUE story. By smashing, I mean crawling. By crawling, I mean agonizingly slugging along. Continuing to slog through the legions of otherworldly beings, Captain and the others race toward the teleportation circle. That said, like this part of the story is definitely a lot better than the first part. I don't know exactly when the swap over was. I didn't pay proper attention, but we don't get the like random enemies at the end of every chapter anymore. And the writing and stuff definitely a lot better too, the pacing. Crew makes a run for the teleportation circle before Gilbert can use it. Come on, we don't have a chance of catching this guy. We always let them get away. I spoke to Desarch 2 days ago. Narcos. Captain and the others are racing to the palace ruins, intent on stopping Gilbert before he can reach the teleportation circle connected to the Great Wall. They're making good time, easily dispatching otherworldly beings as they go, when a menacing force suddenly catches Rosetta's attention. Holy Benito! I'm sure that Narcos has never made a spelling mistake before in his life, no. The captain turns to find a large figure adorned in blazing red armor.
当たるとは思っていませんでしたよ。私はあなたたちの実力を信じていますから。
It has 2 S's, although in some places I think her name is spelled with 1 S, so I don't even know if that counts as a spelling mistake.
しかし、計画を邪魔されては困ります。今しばらくの辛抱です。もう少しだけおとなしくしていていただけませんか。
ヒーローの騎士、バラゴナ。いや、トリッド王国第一王子、バラゴナ。あんたはギルベルトが何をしようとしているか知っているのか。
無論です。彼はグレートウォールを起動させようとしている。
じゃあなぜ。あんたの目的は一体何なんだ。
誰に何度問われようと、今私に答えるつもりはありません。
So we know from the future, from future times, that Baragona absolutely detests primal beasts, right? He absolutely fucking hates them. I don't actually know, I don't think we explained why. He absolutely hates them.
こう答えることすら私にとっては危険な橋なのです。故に私はあなたたちを説得するつもりはありません。
Scarlet Knight begins raising his sword.
やめときな。しつこいぜ七葉の騎士さんよ。あんたの目的は知らねえが、もう勝負は決まったはずだぜ。
まだです。まだ私の戦いは終わっていない。必ずギルベルトを終わりまで導かなければ。
Rackham, Eugen, Io, and Rosetta step forward, ready to stand up to the Scarlet Knight's apparent challenge.
ここは私たちに任せて前へ進んでちょうだい。団長さん。
言って団長、私たちだけで大丈夫なんだから。悪いな、戦いが終わってねえのは俺たちも同じでよ。俺たちを止めようとする理由も聞かずにやめられる戦いじゃねえのよ。
そういうわけだ。むしろ俺たちがあんたを足止めさせてもらうぜ。
Sounds like a plan, Knuckles.
行け団長、カイン。ここは絶対に通さねえから、安心してギルベルトの野郎をぶん殴ってこい。
Don't die while you're gone. It's useful advice, they might forget. The captain, Vern, Lyria, Catalina, Kane, and Reinhardzar give their respective salutes to the crew members staying behind to fight Baragona before dashing onward.
さあ、始めようぜ。
Before the captain's team is even an airship's length away, they hear brutal island-rattling combat erupt behind them. Elsewhere, however, a different sort of conflict begins to brew. Gilbert, strained but still holding on to the unconscious Folia, shuffles through the ruins. A knight, adorned in gilded armor, stands before him. She represents an unforeseen disturbance, a sign that carefully laid plans have begun to derail. Even in the earlier videos in that whole scandal thing, like, there's a reason why Ben is saying, like, just give the Legos back, because, like, they can't actually deal with the amount of corruption and whatnot that's going on there. So I don't know, I don't exactly know how he's getting out of that situation. Like, regardless of if they give the Lego back or whatever. Like, those people are going to be so upset. He's really kicked a hornet's nest, you know? Yeah, he fled to Mexico, but even that doesn't seem to be able to stop them, because they were calling in bomb threats in Mexico to try to get the Mexican police to arrest him and have him extradited back to the US. So, like, it doesn't seem like Mexico is completely out of reach of whatever it is that he's somehow gotten involved into. Gotta know your limits in life. Like, I don't know if he'll ever be able to safely go back to the US. Because, like, once the publicity of all that shit dies down, and there's no longer a load of attention on it, it wouldn't be insane for him to, like, disappear or something, you know? Gilbert, the unconscious Foley still in his clutches, has come to Stark Island to reactivate the Great Wall. He glares at the knight standing in his way, madness apparent in his eyes.
邪魔だ。言われなきゃわかんねえのか。なあ、おい、邪魔だっつってんだろ。聞こえてないんですかね。
ギルベルト、お前に用はない。
There are some things in this world you just can't fuck with. It doesn't matter pretty much who you are. You just can't. You just can't.
用があるのはそっ
They're
ちだ。
not fights you can win. Aaliyah points to her sister, wrapped under his arm.
その女には問わねばならないことがある。私は神王陛下の真意が知りたい。歴史の裏のすべてが知りたい。フォリアは神王陛下の命を受けてトリッド王国解体のために暗躍していた。その時フォリアにはすべて知らされていたのか。
Whatever it is that he's gotten himself involved with has got its tendrils into an awful lot of stuff, and it probably runs a lot deeper than even they realize at the moment, like has been showcased at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if it runs all the way up into high governmental office and that kind of thing. It's just, you just can't fuck with some stuff.
それに神王陛下はどうしてバラゴナを放置している。
It's the Hypnite, it sure is, with her whatever this is. A thong? I don't really know. That's just like poking out.
トリッド王国は最終的に陛下の命によって解体されるに至ったとはいえ、そもそもは必要の座をいただく
I'm sure
尊い血
I'm
筋の一
sure
つのは
that
ずだ。
Aaliyah's gonna have the coolest reveal at some point, but right now
バラゴナは
she's lame as fuck.
己以外のその血を継ぐ者たちを始末して回った。優秀とはいえ、あの傭兵が調べて分かったことだ。陛下がご存じないはずはない。一体何があったんだ。すべては神王陛下のご意志なのか。
You're a real one. It's all well and good to like cheer for the little guy and be like, finally, these corporations are gonna get taken down and all the corruption is gonna be revealed and brought into the open light, and this is gonna fix everything. This is gonna fix the system. But like, if we're being real, it's a miracle that he's getting the guy his Legos back, and he may have completely fucked his own life over in the process. But, you know, I hope not. The weight of her concerns bearing down on her, Aaliyah brings a hand to her forehead.
私にはもうわからない。神王陛下が何をお考えになっているのか。
No, I know. That's what I was saying. It'll be a miracle if he even actually gets them back eventually. Gilbert, disdain apparent in his voice, launches into a rant.
あの老いぼれの考えてること、知ったことか。そんなもの知って何になる。ああ、使い道はあったな。 俺の計画のためにあの老いぼれを利用するって使い道が。
There are obviously going to be parts of the videos that are cut in certain ways for sure, but of course there is also an overwhelming amount of indication that things are very wrong. But it's not a movie. The good guy is probably not going to win if we assume that Ben is the good guy. I think would be a popular assumption.
お前はこう思ってるんだろ。俺のことを普通の裏切り者ってね。バカらしい。俺は何も裏切っちゃいない。
As if trying to hold back a sneer, Gilbert begins to explain his connection with the true king. You made that very clear, sir. Because you're the one that should be ruling the skies, Gilbert, right? We know, brother, we know.
俺にとっては神王との関係がそれだ。もういらない。だから捨てる。俺はずっとそうやって生きてきた。
Yeah, that's good, Bellico.
お前の目には裏切りに映っても、これが俺の当たり前なんだよ。
Alia casts a scornful gaze on Gilbert, but he continues anyway. If I were in any way directly connected with any of that stuff, I would be scared for my fucking life, to be entirely honest. There are some things you don't fuck with.
お前の忠誠心はご立派だが、神王はお前に何か返したのか？
騎士とは親子とは見返りを求める関係ではない。
そうかよ。そんな関係なら俺は
Alright,
最初
Gilbert.
から欲しくない。
Yeah, it's very funny, mate.
今俺は生まれて初めて自分が捨てられたことを幸運に思ったよ。
He actually got it really badly. Nice job, Gilbert. Conversation sinks into an awkward lull before Gilbert continues, his demented smile punctuating his deranged tone.
答えてやる。教えてやるよ。バラゴナが王位継承者を始末して回ったことだったな。あれは間違いなく神王の命令だ。神王は俺に奴がちゃんと全員を始末するかどうかわざわざ監視までさせてたんだからな。
陛下はなぜそんな。
天罰だよ。あれに対するみそぎだ。
These are actions of the same man.
どうしてそれが。
Thank you, Yumi, by the way. Very kind of you.
いや、まさか。
そのまさかだ。天罰は不幸な事故だったのさ。神王に反旗を翻そうとしたトリッド王国の連中はグレートオールを使うことを考えた。しかし連中は失敗し、結果としてグレートオールはトリッド王国の首都を破壊した。バラゴナが命じられたのはそのみそぎだ。一族の起こした罪への償い、そして同時に忠誠心を試す意味もあったんだろうな。
As Gilbert recalls the events, his sneer grows even more twisted.
あれは退屈でしょうがなかった。やられる側は観念したのか何の抵抗もしやしない。そういうわけでバラゴナはみそぎを済ませ、晴れて七葉の騎士を続投ってわけだ。
あれは己の地位を固めようとしたバラゴナの暴走ではないのか。
違う。神王の命令だ。お前の知らない神王の命令だ。
A wave of distress washes over Aaliyah, causing her to involuntarily tighten her fists. Dude, she's so clueless. Oh, it hurts so much. She's such a bad character. Oh my dear god. Imagine having to have Gilbert explain the situation to you. She's basically Lancelot, you know? Except angrier. In a golden flash, Aaliyah draws her blade and slashes at Gilbert. And with a worse blacksmith. He definitely dodges the strike. Reflexes heightened far beyond any ordinary person. There are a lot of Lancelots in this game. He throws a counterattack, but finds an unexpected target. Oh, shit. That's her sister. Folia falls to the ground, losing consciousness once again. Aaliyah bends down and checks Folia's pulse. Stable, unsurprisingly, but much slower than her own. Named character, isn't she? Gilbert makes a grab for Folia. The Golden Knight instinctively knocks her hand back. Living the typical Asian child. I guess. I just want my dad to love me. Gilbert lets out a massive bellow and charges at Aaliyah. The Golden Knight finds a fiery resolve within her as she raises her weapon to meet him head on. Aaliyah challenges Gilbert, but his power is too overwhelming. What you need to do is just be 3 overwhelming. Sounds of ruinous destruction echo throughout the walls of the once great palace. I don't get it either. I'll just let you have her. Family's not something I have, so I don't care anyway. Gilbert manifests a massive orb of energy, easily several times bigger than the previous blast. Sets his eyes on Aaliyah. I don't mind Folia actually. Folia's aight. Unlike her sister.
レートウォールに行っちまう前になんとか追いついたな。アリアさんが引き止めててくれたんですか？
私はお前たちのために何かをしたわけじゃない。
理由はどうあれ目的が一緒なら少なくとも敵同士ではないさ。
あんたが耐えていてくれたことで俺たちが間に合ったのは紛れもない事実だからな。
さあギルベルト、そろそろ全部終わりにしようぜ。
終わりにする？終われるわけがない。まだ始まってすらいない。終わるのはお前らだ。ここでまとめて始末してやる。
させるかよ。準備はいいな、二人とも。
We've got your back. While the Grand Cipher heads towards Stark Island, the crew gathers on deck. The captain and the others share war stories, trying to figure out a strategy to take down Gilbert.
なるほど。そうなるとやっぱり B 君の力が要になりそうだな。
What does Vern do? What do you mean his power?
そうなのか？
What does he even do?
実際目の当たりにした時は僕も驚いたからね。
ユグドラシル・マリスを抑えた B 君の力か。
Other than make a fine weapon for Lyria.
おそらく B 君の力の本質は還元。それも聖少獣相手に使えるなんて次元の違う力だ。
He's wonderful. Yeah, we'll go with that.
そう言われてもオイラ自分にどうしてそんな力があるのか全くわかんねえんだけどよ。
ギルベルトの力は隔離用の力とかって呼ばれてたな。あいつがあの力を手に入れたのはベスティエ島だったか？
そう。だからそもそもギルベルトの力はあいつ自身の力じゃない。
そっか。じゃあその力をギルベルトから引き剥がしちゃえば。
それができる可能性があるのが B 君の力。
しかしまああくまで可能性か。
作戦というより賭けだな。しかし試す時間もない。
危険が伴うのも間違いない。だから要になる B 君が決めてくれ。
What'll it be, buddy?
そんなもん悩むまでもねえや。今までもっと無茶な旅を続けてきたんだ。これくらいどうってことねえぜ。
I'll be right there with you, Vern.
さすがだな団長たちは。
Kane looks at the captain and Vern with renewed respect.
でも先方は俺がもらうぜ。それ。お前
はまだそういうことを言うのか？
待て待て、変な勘違いするなよ。もう簡単に死ぬつもりはない。誰も殺させない。自分自身も含めてだ。それでも先方は俺に任せてほしい。そう団長たちが覚悟を固めてくれたんだ。俺もそれに応えたい。それにギルベルトはあいつは兄さんの仇だ。
Just as they planned, Kane breaks off from the others and makes the first strike at Gilbert. The belly key coat. I believe it.
そうだな。だから俺たちがいる。
Reinhardt appears behind Kane and launches a fist at Gilbert. If only Raphael was here, he's an expert at dealing with fists. Gilbert focuses otherworld energy to shield himself from the blow. But Reinhardt stops short, sending only a slight wind to caress Gilbert's cheek. A tactic to mislead Gilbert with a feint proved successful, allowing Kane to score a direct hit.
さんの仇は俺が殴るって決めてた。
てめえ！今だ、団長！
団長！
お前ら何をした？
The captain's strike, imbued with some of Vern's power, severs Gilbert's connection with the otherworld energy. The strategy is a complete success. Or so it seems. Oh no! Oira! Vern! A grimacing Vern, unable to move his wings, starts to fall to the ground, but the captain catches him just as he begins his descent.
やはり無理があったか。
おいらは大丈夫だぜ。それより、あれ。
Boone? Boone Craving, are you about? I think he had just finished work, so he's probably like driving home or whatever, what have you. I would guess. Mustering the strength to lift his paw, Vern points at something. Oh no, I screamed, Vern! Vern! Captain turns to see a swirling mass of sinister energy, writhing in midair now that it's been severed from its host.
何か形になろうとしています。
隔離用の力が形に？
来るぜ。ありゃギルベルトから離れた力そのものだ。
構えるんだ、団長。あれに自我は感じられないが。特別な力などなくてもわかる。あれは私たちに対して明確な敵意を持っている。
Go get this blob thing. Ooh. It's very loud. I don't think it liked that. With a flash of Catalina's sword, the otherworld power grows still. Or does it? Or does it? Catalina gives a final brandish of her sword, causing the mass of otherworld energy to grow still.
これでひとまずは。危ない！ビッグ！
くそ！油断した。あいつまだ力を持ってたのか。
Kane dashes toward Vern, attempting to put himself in between the little dragon and Gilbert. But Reinhardt's eclipses Kane's speed, knocking both the Adelva General and the little dragon out of harm's way. When the dust settles, Reinhardt's isn't there. Instead, only broken ground remains, fractured through to the skies below, the aftermath of Gilbert's desperate attack.
落ちてしまったのか。空の底に。
そんな。待てよ。どっかに隠れてるんだろう。なあ。
Vern calls out, but his voice echoes in vain through the dilapidated surroundings.
嘘だろ。やめろよ。作戦か。悪い冗談は。
ビー君。
Catalina quietly shakes her head, unable to offer Vern any words of comfort. While everyone stands in shock, Lyria takes notice of her fearful presence. Sure enough, the mass of otherworld power begins to coalesce once more. This doesn't bode well. Thanks, genius. As if responding to the death throes of the otherworld power, Gilbert grasps his head in clear agony. You're right, Brotze. As if confirming Lyria's suspicions, whatever emerged from Gilbert's body absorbs the swirling mass of otherworld energy and manifests a form for itself. Yeah, he's not having a great time. He's panting. He's out of breath. He's just thrown up some power. He's scared of showing off his willy. That is a very strange way to interpret the scene. It's possible, but unlikely, I would say. Kane!
これでいいんだよな。ラインハルザ、俺は進み続けるぜ。お前を置いていくことになっても。
You're unifying your junks. Good luck. Kane swings a foot back and draws his blade, positioning himself to deftly deflect Gilbert's strike. During this fluid movement, he hears a familiar voice call from above. You mean Reinhardt's not dead? Reinhardt floats in the air on the back of a bestial figure. Everyone shares a moment of elation when they realize that the beast is Baizé. Reinhardt adjusts his posture and reveals Leona sitting behind him. I thought he'd die. Leaping from Baizé, Leona strikes at Gilbert with impressive force. Gilbert, enveloped once again by otherworld energy, and Leona, commanding impressive spear play, begin to engage in brutal combat. You could say you're Reinhardtly okay, right? Right, brother?
たまたまその場でこいつに拾われただけだ。
Hi, Bean. Reinhardt salutes Baise as he climbs down from the primal.
心強い。貴殿らも助力に来てくれたのだな。
むしろ
Yikes, what are you talking about?
中心として駆けつけるのが遅くなったことをお詫び申し上げます。
You didn't get it, it's like his name. His name has hard in it. It's quite funny. What was my best one? What are you talking about? That was my finery. Boony C. Despite his large frame, Gilbert is unable to take the force of Leona's blow. It sends him reeling. I know, Nick! That's why I said it. What a funny guy. Although her face remains placid, a trickle of blood spills from Leona's lips. Kane rushes over to Leona and braces her shoulders. What's going on?
レオナ様はもう痛みを感じません。
痛みを感じない。
私の能力です。私はそもそも自らが使える王のため認知を支配することができます。
That seems quite useful.
記述において王にとって不利益な事実を国民に認識できなくする。それが本来の使い方ですが、能力は応用することもできます。
Despite the nature of his abilities, Baise shows nary a hint of pride, instead preferring to matter-of-factly continue his description.
レオナ様は今、体の痛みや体が無意識にかける歯止めを認識できなくなっています。
That sounds extremely physically dangerous. Sounds like we're putting Leona in a lot of danger right now.
さらに本来なら体が崩壊しかねない。
I mean, it won't, because, you know, it's anime, innit? But it could.
それ相応の代償はあります。
どうしてそんな無茶を。
気にしないで、カイン。選んだのは私だもん。私は
Go on then, Leona. Have him for breakfast.
だからこそ、ちゃんとその責任を取りたいんだ。
レオネ。
カイン、お話はこれでおしまい。もう決めたことだから、それより油断しないで。まだ何も終わってない。
Gilbert is already approaching with his sword, ignoring any ill effects from having been blown away. To make matters worse, more of the unnatural creatures begin to gather, beckoned by otherworld energy.
Hi ひでえ状況じゃねえみてえだが、前線してるってわけでもなさそうだな。おい。
あれ？っていうか、いつの間にレオナさんと白沢さんが？
理由はどうあれ、味方が増えるのはいいことだわ。みんな、お互い無事で何よりだ。ヒーローの騎士はどうなった？
ああ、それなんだが。
Wasn't that your job? Wasn't that the one thing you said you were going to do for us?
途中まで普通に戦ってたんだけど、いきなりどっか行っちゃったのよね。
We got bored of fucking around with you.
彼は彼なりに何か頃合いだったようだけ
ど。わかんねえことは後回しだ。
Imagine having your time taken up by EO.
今目の前に戦わなきゃいけねえ相手がいる。
Can't feel any worse than that, can it?
このメンツならもう負ける気はしねえな。
I guess you could actually be EO. That would be worse.
最後の一押しだぜ。今度こそあいつ
That's so creepy, man. He's a real freak. Great job, team.
許してとは言わないし言えない。
After a long series of battles, the crew manages to beat Gilbert. Soon enough, they encounter an even greater threat. An even greater threat. After yet another grueling skirmish, the crew has finally managed to quell Gilbert. And thanks to the cooperation of Leona and Baise, the unnatural creatures have also been driven away.
本当に全て倒してしまうとはな。
ハリアさん、フォリアちゃんは
安心するといい。
Aaliyah tips her head down, nodding toward her sister, who lays unconscious in her arms. Hello, Chili.
今は眠っているだけだ。
Chorizo!
応急だが、怪我の手当ても済ませてある。あとは気空艇で適切な設備のある島まで運べばいい。お前たちが異形の存在も始末したおかげで、もう移動も難しくないはずだ。
ありがとう。陛下を守ってくれて。
私からも御礼申し上げます。アリア様がいらっしゃらなければ我が王の命はなかったでしょう。
Thank you, Ali.
ちゃん付けはやめろ。
Ugh.
まだ気を抜くなよ。私もお前たちもやることは山積みのはずだ。ギルベルトからは聞き出さなければならないことが。
Aaliyah anxiously scans the surroundings but sees no sign of Gilbert.
おい、ギルベルトはどこへ行った？
Fucked off, isn't he? Crew frantically searches for Gilbert, who was lying on the ground unconscious mere moments ago.
まだ動けたってのか。
引きずった跡があるわね。向こうの部屋に続いてるみたい。
じゃあもしかしてグレートウォールに行っちゃったんじゃ。でもフォリア様はここにいるのに一体何をしに。ギルベルト一人じゃグレートウォールの起動なんて。
わからない。
Crew agrees with Kane's sentiment and quickly heads for the Great Wall. Yeah, I hope Fox is feeling better too. Hope he's getting some sleep right now. Gilbert drags his limp body out of the teleportation circle into the Great Wall proper. He was playing Wooer the other week, though, Bean, so, you know. How long is Fox banned for? Wait, why is Fox banned? Oh, you thought he seriously got banned on Twitch and that's why he was on YouTube. I know, Umi! He was playing Wooer and wouldn't even play with Umakin. Umakin, if I played Wooer, I would play with you in a heartbeat. We would weather so many waves together. Gilbert looks to sit up to see two figures, instantly recognizing them as two people who shouldn't be in the same skydom as him.
ご苦労だったな、ギルベルト。お前は実に良い働きをしてくれた。
神王、どうしてお前がここにいる？
いや何
More like the Poo King. Yeah, absolutely fucked.
お前のおかげで全てがうまく回った。ギルベルトよ。お前には私自ら褒美を取らせよう。
何を言ってる？俺はあんたを裏切って。
This is the most NPC character I've seen in my life. You weren't here for the do you not were you here, were you? For the Full Metal Alchemist collab King. The king of name has already escaped me. He literally didn't even have a name. He was just called King of whatever the place is called.
この私を裏切ることができたと。
And he had loads of screen time as well. He just never got a name.
何？
お前はよく踊ってくれた。私の思う通りに、私の思う範囲でな。
Rhea's got a final tonight.
故に褒美を取らせようというのだ。素直に喜んではどうだ。
I feel so fucking grateful, True King.
このオリボレが！
お前には褒美として不死を与えよう。
That's pretty nice of him.
やれ、白の騎士よ。
Without a moment of hesitation, the White Knight carries out the True King's orders. A torrent of otherworld power swallows Gilbert whole, causing his body to convulse as it transforms.
まあ、あまり一度に大きく開いては門そのものが壊れかねんからな。
Oh, whoops. Bad. Just wanted to hear him scream again. I don't know how I managed to click like that. Even through agonized screams, the True King looks at Gilbert with eyes of affection.
期待しているぞ、ギルベルトよ。最後の時までなどとは言わぬ。どうか永遠に。
With a perfectly placid expression, the True King looks upon his squirming, transmogrified subject.
ここがグレートウォール。
Probably bamboo splitter, I would imagine. That's what I've heard from most people. Although there are a few steps behind Gilbert, the captain and the others have also set foot into the giant weapon. The captain turns to see what Fern has spotted.
ギルベルト、まだ力を残していたのか。
たく、見かけによらずしぶといやつだな。
待て、何か様子が変だ。
何もおかしなところはない。それが今のギルベルトであり、これからのギルベルトでもある。
Who are you?
あなたが私を知らずとも、私はあなたを知っている。こうしてお会いできる時を心待ちにしていたと思う。
誰だ？オイラは記憶にねえぞ。あなたの知っている人じゃないんですか？
While the captain tries to process the scenario at hand, a small figure appears from behind the True King.
まさか団長さん、君は白風の境にいた
どうして君がこんなところに？その御仁は君の知り合いなのか？
違います。できることなら逃げてください。
He seems like such a nice guy though.
何？
これせっかくの客人に何という言い草だ。ミコよ、おもてなしをしたいところだが少々邪魔が多いようだ。客人に虫がついていたのなら払って差し上げるのが主人の役目というもの。やってくれるな、ギルベルトよ。
Gilbert, his expression hollow, lurches forward to confront the captain and the crew. With each step he takes, his body deteriorates a little more, like a sandcastle gradually decaying in a strong breeze.
お前そんな状態で戦ったらいよいよ死んじまうぞ。
何を今さら。ギルベルトはすでに人としての生は終えている。それは人ならざる者、カクリオの力を組み出す肉の門よ。
おいおいおい、そいつは随分悪趣味じゃねえか。
確かに私たちはこの人と戦ってたけど、でもこんなことって。
許されるはずがないわ。誰であろうと命を冒涜していいはずがない。
何事にも例外はある。真の王はあらゆる断りの上に立つものだ。
Upon hearing the true king justify his deplorable actions, animosity wells up inside of the
ギ
captain.
ルベルトさん、すごくいびつな状態で
それにカクリオの力はまだ健在だ。こいつを放っておいたらまたあの異形の存在たちを呼びかねない。団長、とどめを刺してやろう。こいつは悪人だったがこんな風に囚われていいとは思えない。カクリオの脅威をギルベルトから、この空の世界から断ち切るんだ。
Look at them champs. That is a large sword. A large purple throbbing sword. Oh, it's gone. It spent very quickly. Licking my arm. What's the matter with you? Come on. Little arm licker. It was. It's sniffer behaviour, honestly. Truly sniffer behaviour. Despite their confusion and exhaustion, the captain and the others managed to eke out a victory against Gilbert. However, Bellico is lost in the void. We'll remember him.
再生までするのか。
それはもんだからな。閣僚の力が供給され続けているのだ。閣僚の力が枯渇でもしない限り、
Alright, Fern.
もんであ
It's
る
time to suck
ギ
him
ルベル
off.
トが死ぬことはない。よかったな。ギルベルトよ。これでもうお前が力に飢えることはない。さて、物事はあるべき場所に収まらなければな。
The White Knight nods and lifts Gilbert, who had been barely more than a human-shaped mass of energy.
待て、どうするつもりだ。
あるべき場所へ。ギルベルトにはグレートウォールの炉に入ってもらう。
Surely we wouldn't let them escape. Not for the millionth time. The White Knight lifts Gilbert over a giant pit and drops him into a furnace waiting below.
最初からそれが狙いだったのか。
あんな醜悪なもの、鑑賞用には不向きだろう。ギルベルトは炉の燃料にフォリアを使うつもりだったようだが、あれではまるで足りぬ。常人の数倍の魔力といえど、四五発も撃てばカスしか残らん。それにギルベルトは最も大切なものを見落としていたのだ。
Appalled by Gilbert's ignorance, the True King continues speaking with a tinge of disgust.
燃料などどのようなものを使おうと、人一人で一発分程度にはなる。
Hey, give me 15 minutes, I could maybe produce another shot.
必要とあらば何十何百でも連れてくればよいだけの話よ。大切なのはこのグレートウォールを御するための鍵の方だ。
I love big jiggly swords. I'm very happy for you, Rio. I really couldn't be more happy for you, mate.
こうなることが運命だったのだ。
待て、貴様、その子に何をさせるつもりだ。
無論鍵としてグレートウォールの一部となってもらう。
Sorry, everyone.
グレートウォールの起動には
Rio, you're a mod. You can't vanish. You twat.
それはかつて星の民と手を結んだトリッド王家の血を持つ者でなければならない。
Apparently, you've constantly got big jiggly swords coming to you.
それを聞いてはいそうですかって俺たちがおとなしくしてると思うか。
やめておけ。そこな白の騎士は連戦の末に勝てるような相手ではない。
The captain looks around at the others. Their exhaustion is apparent.
程度はわからねえが、白いのが手だれなのは間違いねえみてえだな。
A frenetic tension hangs in the air as the crew realize their predicament. However, a young voice, wavering in fear yet undeterred, pipes up to challenge the True King.
あなたの言うことには従いません。
Can't defeat the White Knight. He's needed for a story. Yeah, that's true. Oh no.
かつて僕に
Don't think we need the True King though.
大切だと
You can probably
教えてくれた人がいました。
that guy.
その人はとても悲しそうだったけど、自らの運命
Not
を
actually. Obviously, like banish him to another dimension where he's still perfectly alive or something.
けど、
You know how it
そう
is.
じゃない。
Alphix is defiant glare on the True King and steps towards him.
運命との向き合い方は諦めて受け入れるだけじゃない。僕は運命から逃げない。諦めもしない。僕にできる限り運命に精一杯抗ってみせる。 それが僕の答えです。
A face full of a Gerardon. Oh no, Bellicor will be right on you. Right, remember that time you made a spelling mistake, Narcos? The True King huffs, disgruntled by Hal's insubordination.
全くこういう手合いにはつくづく苦労させられる。あの時も苦労したものだ。それともグレートウォールはこういった勘違いを起こしやすい環境だとでも言うのか。
Kane, suddenly realizing something, questions the True
あん
King.
たの言うあの時ってのはまさか5年前のことか。
察しがいいな、カインドや。
ちょっと待て。5年前のグレートウォールだと？
そうか、天罰。あれはグレートウォールからの攻撃だったの。
What do you know about it, True
こ
King?
の口ぶり知ってるどころじゃねえだろう。こいつが天罰の犯人なんじゃ。
待ってちょうだい。それじゃあ話が合わないわ。グレートウォールの起動にはトリッド王家の人が必要なんでしょ。トリッド王家はドラフで、彼は見たところエルーンだわ。それにさっきの話からするとグレートウォールの攻撃には他に。
それは
Oh, well,
私の両親です。
what a surprise. You just show up at this exact moment.
いつの間にグレートウォールへ。
あの廃墟は私の生まれ育った王宮です。構造や抜け道を熟知していても不思議ではないでしょう。
それよりどういうことなんだ。お前の両親が天罰の犠牲者だと？それじゃ天罰は当時の
結果としてそうなってしまったことを否定することはできません。しかし私は全てを知っている。故にこの時を待っていたのです。
Aragona faces the True King. His gaze steely and
神
resolute.
王、まさか自らここに現れるとはな。お前の執念がこれほどとは。その悪行を知りながら私は考えが甘かったようだ。
ちょっと待ってくれ。順を追って話してくれないか。それがグレートウォールを巡る話ならナルグランデの住人である俺たちにも聞く権利はあるはずだ。
Convinced by Kane's request, Aragona begins to explain in detail.
事の始まりは15年ほど前です。
I know, Boone, I know.
我々トリッド王家は
I mean, he is a king, I
グレート
guess,
ウ
you
ォール
know.
の危険性を知ってい
Be
る
a
から
bit
こ
rude,
そ
wouldn't it?
その
He's only
存在
murdered
を
a
利
few
用す
people
る
or
こと
something
は
along
な
those
く
lines.
墓標と偽り管理していました。しかしある時この男神王にグレートウォールが兵器であることを知られてしまいます。大国イスタバイオンからグレートウォールの起動と異常を執拗に迫られ、当時の国王夫妻、私の両親は賭けに出たのです。一か八かグレートウォールを起動し神王に一矢報いることができないか。
The True King suddenly cuts it to Baragona's explanation.
しかし彼らは賭けに負けた。私と私の配下の騎士を侮ったのだ。
Wine and dine? You mean like a Taco Bell?
でもそれならグレートウォールの起動は
A takeaway from Taco Bell. Like a crunch wrap. And you're good.
いや、私が起動させたとも。
A crunch wrap and a Baja blast. Real spread anything for you.
いい機会だったから伝説のグレートウォールの威力を試しておこう。
You name it, it'll spread it.
そんな理由でお前は天罰を起こしたのか。試すなんて。たったそれだけのために島を半壊させて大勢の人を巻き込んだのか。
私も天罰については後悔がある。
Oh yeah. The True King grimaces as past memories come back to him.
ロニ国王、 鍵にその妻を使ったのだが、やはりただの人では燃料には不適でな。そのせいか鍵もすぐに壊れてしまってな。こうなるのなら燃料は別に用意し、国王は鍵の買いにすべきだったと。
The captain and the others stare dumbfounded at the true king as he nonchalantly recounts his horrific actions. They snap back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity! When a trembling voice calls out from behind.
お待ちください、神王陛下。天罰が結局国王夫妻の仕業ではないのなら、陛下がバラゴナに命じたみそぎ、親族の始末は一体何のために。
Yeah, she's back. As if shocked by the ignorance of her question, the true king shakes his head in an exaggerated display of disgust.
トリド王家の者はグレートウォール起動の鍵となる。グレートウォールは空域をも横断する危険な兵器だ。私の手元にはバラゴナがいる。ならば他の鍵となり得る者は軒並み始末して当然だろう。しかしその上でヒーローの
Turning his back on the crestfallen Aaliyah, the true king faces Baragona. He then fixes his eyes on Hal, a resolute smile creeping across his
鍵
face.
を完全に管理するためにはその数を減らさざるを得ない。しかしそれでいて鍵の数が大いに越したことはない。王位継承者の末席、それも両親を失った子供ならば扱いやすいというのもうなずける。よくぞハルバーダを生かしておいてくれた。ヒーローのこの功績をもってお前とギルベルトによる虚偽の報告については不問とする。
Baragona grimaces, a reaction to the true king's light-hearted tone.
私はそんなことのために彼を逃がしたわけではない。
お前は私の命令通りに親族たちを始末して回り、その忠誠を示してくれたではないか。ハルバーダを生かしておいたのもその延長ではないのか。
違う。何もかもだ。今ようやく実感した。私たちが命を捨ててまでお前を欺くことができたことを。
何？
これが私たち一族の答えだ。
Baragona puts a hand on a wall and begins to chant.
待て。
星と命を結びし血族が告げる。
So Scarlet Knight has a big reveal,
こ
unsurprisingly.
れを認めるならば答え、我が身をもって目覚めよ。罪深き星を打つ者、大いなる破壊の棺よ。
Only Golden Knight had a cool reveal. In the next instant, a burst of light fills the room, absorbing Baragona into the Great Wall. Oh, absorbing Baragona into the Great Wall. Scarlet Knight's tenacity, having eclipsed the will of the true king, guides him to his one desired conclusion. Huh. I see. True, there's been a lot. But I don't have time to do this now. I have to go and run Pathfinder. But thank you very much for watching today. I will be back tomorrow for a full-length stream. Oh, boy. We've got a bit of a busier week this week. We've got a bunch of stuff to do on Wizardry, I think, on Thursday. There's like Ninja Cave or something. We got Limbus on Friday. I've got Edie's birthday on Saturday. Holy moly. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the big GRANBLUE fantasy story. I know, everyone just got here as well. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's Edie's birthday this week. So we're celebrating on Saturday. We're getting a meal and going and watching a movie. Happy birthday to Edie. I will pass that along. Thank you, Rue. It's very kind of you to say. Right, folks, I gotta dash. I'm sorry. I would love to stay, but I also have to go. Much love. Have a great one, guys. Good luck with whatever you're up to. Bye, bye. Thanks, Rubaz. Thanks, Quantum. Thanks, Boone. Thanks, Ryu. Thanks, Breadstick. Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Narkeyes. Thanks, Wonton Bear. Thanks, Penguins. Thanks, everyone else who's still out there. I appreciate you all. Thanks, Quantum. Yeah, cheers, man. Bye-bye. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Bye.